Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's Tuesday. That means it's time for some Factorio space exploration. Yes, oh yes it does. So, what was happening last time? Well, let's see. The first or the most interesting thing from a certain point of view that I had going on was over in Gear Often. Here, I've got some new core mining systems running, and these are doing the copper core chunk mining. So pulling up copper chunks, feeding them out to all of these pulverizer machines, only some of which are running. That one's not programmed properly. Let's fix that. Why are you not running? Oh, you are running. You're just running very slowly because you're full of modules. Fair enough. And so the reason this is only running, the big thing that needs to be changed here is the amount of power generation that's available. So as you can see, it's a bit pathetic at the moment. So to get this up and running properly, I want to put in a solar receiver and an ice receiver and have it basically produce power from that, because it's going to be far more effective than these solar panels that stop working over during the night and are only producing at minus 17. Yeah, minus 17%. Great. I mean, I assume that's 17% from 100, so it's actually 83%, but still, it's less than I'd like it to be. So there's a couple of things that need to be done to get that to work as I want it to. The next thing, as part of that, is that down on Norvis, I need to modify this facility in order to. Oh no, it's already unloading using a blacklist there, so everything's going to come out here. But what I need to do is put a splitter on this belt here to split out the copper and send it over to here to be to pass through with all of this stuff. And I'm going to need to replace that balancer. Great. And that'll allow me to get through a bit more copper, and that should allow me to have a bit more supply available there. So that's good. The other rather major thing that's currently happening that's a bit of an issue is that I've got a lost spaceship. I say lost spaceship. It's not lost. It just doesn't have any fuel. So where is it? Yeah, here it is. This one, the donut, is being complete and utter donut. Has run out of ion stream and is therefore creeping along at a glacial 0.37 units of speed. So I need to deal with that and sort it out. Now, I had multiple ideas for fixing this. The first one was to land another ship next to it and pump some ion stream across into these tanks so it would then fly off again. The biggest problem with that plan is that it won't work because you can't park two spaceships next to each other. The game just won't let you do that in deep space like that, which is a little bit peculiar, but you just can't. So plan B was to fly out here in another spaceship and then get out, wander over to this ship, and then put a little extension on the side of it that's producing ion stream and pump that into it, then pick all that up and fly away again. So that would mean coming out here with, what would I need? So to make ion stream, you need copper plates. So I can put some copper in, I can carry some copper, no problem. I need plasma stream as well. To make plasma stream, I need stone and chemical gel. Chemical gel I can put in barrels, stone I can carry. So that's going to be reasonably straightforward. Hey Peter, thank you for joining, and thank you for watching on Twitch as well. That's it is, as I say, what I'm trying to push, trying to boost that side of it. See how things go. So I can bring the chemical gel out in barrels, and then I'll need an assembly machine to unload the barrels. I'll need a plasma generator to generate the plasma, and then I'll need a particle accelerator to accelerate the particles. Yes, good descriptions there, and turn them into the actual ion stream. So that's possible plan B. The second possibility for how I can do that. The third possibility, which is what I was talking about at the end of the last stream, is to get that spaceship to park in the Kalidas asteroid belt here. And then I would be able to land the two spaceships next to each other and just pipe across from one to the other, and that would be a nice, relatively easy way of dealing with the problem, because then I wouldn't have to worry about any extra machines set up. The downside of that is it's going to take it another hour and 20 minutes to get to that asteroid belt. So that's probably not, well, I'm not going to say it's not realistic, but it's a very, very long time, and I don't really want to have to wait for that long. So I think I'll probably go for the second plan, since that is both possible, reasonably quick, and I don't know, there's something rather satisfying about putting an external power supply onto the side of a spaceship, I think. So let's do that. I think I might do that first, because then I can bring this spaceship home again and stop. Or actually, no, better idea. If I work on the other idea first, then I can just see if an hour and a half has passed and this spaceship has got back to the depot, over to the asteroid field, and then it's going to be a bit easier to refuel it. Hey Arctic Void, welcome to the stream. Peter, I think the jump starting a spaceship is an entertaining idea, and as I say, clipping something onto the side of it is an entertaining idea. But yeah, as you say, I don't actually need the spaceship in the next. The only thing I need this spaceship for is taking me out to Realm of Shadows to tinker with the stuff out there. And thinking of that, that is one other thing I was considering touching on. So right here, somebody pointed out in a I can't remember if it was in stream or in a video, but this naquitite that's coming out can be made to stack significantly higher. So we've got the naquitite, that's this one, coming out of the mines. And then if I crush it, you can turn 4 naquitite into 1 crushed naquitite without needing any other funny ingredients or anything. And you can stack the same amount of those. They both stack up to 10, I think. They stack to the same height anyway. And that means I'll get 4 times as much of the material through in my spaceship. So that's something else I want to fly out here and do. The downside of this is that I'd have to do it in a mechanical facility out here in space rather than in a pulverizer down on a planet, and that means I can't use productivity modules, which means I'm throwing away a fair chunk actually of the productivity I've got going in here. So I'd be down 4 productivity modules on what I was able to use. However, there is a lot of naquim available out here in Realm of Shadows. We've got almost 3 million there, another 4 million there. So we've got 7 million in those 2 patches. There's another 7 million over there. I'm not too worried about running out, and if I can bring 4 times as much back in every spaceship, I think that's probably worth it. Right, so that's all of that. The question now is where do I want to start with all of those? And so I think the correct place is going to be with the copper thing, because it's something that I just want to get running nicely. Oh, that reminds me, on Tulip there was a belt had broken. Did I fix that? No, I haven't fixed this in I fixed this on stream, but then didn't save because that's Oh wait. Because I don't tend to save the video, any changes I make on the stream. Because actually, let's not do that. Let's do that. That's only 4, and I'm just trying to find some extra blue belts because there aren't any anywhere. Oh, there's a few. There aren't any in storage anywhere, rather. So if we do that, we can now fill this up. We can now repair this belt over here, and the will start to flow again. So yeah, what was it? Naquim will actually start to flow again, which would be nice because we kind of need that. It's the whole point of being here. And a little bit more. Come on, another 3. Where did those pieces of belt go? Oh, here they come. Right, okay. All is forgiven. Right, so that disposal chute can now start to flow again. Well, fairly quickly. We're not producing that much coal, that much stone, and that much sand from here, so this will empty pretty quickly, as you can see. And then everything will start to run merrily again, and we can turn all of this back into glass as nature intends. Okay. So, yeah, so that's the sand dealt with. The stone is only on the bottom side. Ah, okay, yeah, I've got a good system going on here. That's fine. I'm not actually using this splitter anymore because I tweak things around a bit so that works better for what I'm doing. It's not going to unload this thing very evenly, but I don't think I really care. Okay, yes, I'm as usual riding the Yak Arctic. You're quite right. And just to help me with my playthrough, because it's Burns night today, I've got Burns night tonight. Perhaps I've got some whiskey to help me think about my game. So if you hear me slurping and start starting to slur my words a bit, that's probably why. So, cheers. Right, I'll try not to drink too much of that too quickly. Okay, so I need to get the power boosted out on Gyrophon. So that means I need the receivery stuff, which I don't know why I'm flying down here. I can just summon it from the robot network. So what do we use? We use one of those. I've got one of them. We need 3 of them. I've got those. We need a receiver. That's probably in here. That one. One of those, please. So we need one of them, and we also need the high temperature heat exchanger, which is that one. Just one of them, please. And then we need the normal sort of tanks and pumps and pipes and things, which I've got in my inventory anyway, so that's fine. And that's about all I need. And then there's a bit of sort of shuffling the various beams around to try and power everything at once, because I'm not going to have enough now. But never mind, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. I might take some more, what are they called? The pulverizer machine. I think they're just called pulverizers. Take some more of those out. In case I can, I need a confined space to put those. So Burns Night is it's a Scottish, calling it a holiday is probably slightly too strong a word really, but it's a sort of a Scottish night thing where you celebrate Robbie Burns, who was a poet of some description. I forget it. To be honest, I've forgotten exactly what. It's kind of just an excuse to drink whiskey, in the same way that St Patrick's Day is just an excuse to drink Guinness and probably also whiskey, but with an E because it's the weird Irish version. You can tell where my loyalties lie. Right, so that's that. I'm also going to need to build a spaceship. It's going to need to be one of the ones that we don't have parked anywhere. So let's go and find that. There should be one on. There's always one on Myokin, isn't there? Because it's just the stuff's being dug up. I can't see. There isn't one on Myokin. Okay. Let's go and look for spaceships, shall we? And see if we can find one that way. One of these core ships. Oh, there we go. That one will do. Right. So we take a copy of this, including all of it sort of underneath these. We do want tiles. We do want train stop names. We do want trains actually for that. I suppose train fuel I don't care a great deal about either way. One of the trains is missing. That's very unhelpful. Maybe I won't use that one then. Let's see if I can find one that's actually in flight, or at least has both. It's not going to have both its trains on unless it's in flight, is it? No. Okay, I might have to use that one that I was just fiddling with. Okay, So out here we've got a sort of where am I building spaceships these days? It almost doesn't matter. But down here is probably going to be more efficient. So let's do it in here. So let's have. I'm not getting the. Yeah, it's let's. Oh no, take it back. It is moving two at a time. Excellent, it does have. So because I've got the trains inside it, I get the extra. I get the locking onto the 2x2 grid, and therefore getting the uh, these things in the correct places. Well, these can just buzz around. Okay, so that'll get that started to build anyway, which is the main thing. Yes, those trains do. Those trains should get refueled on Norvis. Was it unhealthy? It shouldn't have been unhealthy. No, it's got. I probably chucked a rocket fuel in just to get the train going, and then it looks like there's so it seems there's not very much fuel on it because of that. Maybe I don't know. But it's fine. They're being loaded up with coal on Norvis because I don't really care about the speed my trains go in general because it's all fine. Oh, I'm going to need a load more yellow. No, not yellow. Blue belts. Do I have any of those available? Or at least I might need a load more blue belts because. Oh, yeah, I do. Nice. Um, I might need a load of blue belts in order to link up these pulverizers. What's that? Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that now it's been satisfied. Let's get rid of most of this spaceship wall, floor, and wall, and door. So I don't want any of that. I do want those. I will keep the mining drills, so I'm going to put them back in now we've got enough power. I don't need to have some random stone in my inventory, thank you. I don't know why I've got some cargo pods or some used up uranium fuel cells. They probably just need to be tidied up at some point. Right. Okay, that'll empty all the junk out of my inventory. So I think that's everything I need for Girofan. Oh, okay, yeah, I keep saying I need to upgrade to the latest version of space exploration, and people keep reminding me of it as well, and saying, hey, you said you were going to, or you should really do this, or this, that, and the other. And to be honest, they're all exactly right. I do need to do all of that. I just haven't. So, gear off, and here we come. Yeah, I know yeah, but the thing is, when you start a game, you don't really want to upgrade in case it breaks stuff. And after when I first started playing, or fairly shortly after I first started playing, I went after words. After I first started playing, I upgraded to the latest version of space exploration without really looking at the change logs very carefully, and that meant it ended up and that ended up meaning all of my systems back on Norvis that were building anything that used the small electric motors all broke, and I had to go around and fix them all. And then I had to go around and fix some more of them again because I'd missed them on the first scan through, and so on forever. I kept running out of random things like mining drills and goodness knows what else, and always just for the same reason. And that was sort of frustrating enough that it made me not really want to upgrade again. So yeah, so I haven't in apparently about a good 6 months. Now, to be fair, being 6 months out of date on something software related, it's not that far out of date, is it really? That's like being on Windows 10 or something like that. But yes, I will at some point. I will update. I'm just aware there's a few things that are going to get broken, like suddenly I'm going to have to start dealing with biters on Tulip in some way, shape, or form. I'm going to need to start putting ion booster things on any of my spaceships that don't land. Granted, there aren't very many of those at the moment, but there are a few spaceships that don't have any rocket fuel booster tanks, so they just wouldn't be able to leave space stations, which is a little bit odd. So yeah, that's sort of why I've resisted upgrading so far. But I do sort of want to, and I do sort of mean to, and I probably will eventually. I can play with the door by running into the side of this warehouse. Okay, so how far away are we now? 35 seconds. Oh, all right, I'll just keep idly rambling for the next 30 something seconds then. I'm sure that'll be okay. Yeah, it's the meteors I was talking about, Kodiak. It's the the base currently isn't set up to be remotely defensible. It's sort of big and sprawling. There's no walls around the edge of it. No defenses at all. So, and only about 4 meteorite artilleries. So I'd probably fairly quickly end up with a bit of a problem there, which I'm trying to avoid. So, not producing enough power here because I'm quite a long way out. Gearofen's quite a long way out from Norvis, so it's from Kalida, so there's not a great deal of power there. Anchor here, I suppose. Plump. There we go. Right, so let's see. I need power. Oh, I know what I forgot to bring. Oh, I didn't think this all the way through. Damn it. I'm going to have to come back. Okay, so we have a power receiver. We have a heat exchanger. Like that. Yeah, that. And a turbine like that. No, that's wrong. And a turbine the correct way round. There we go, so the water goes on the input. And then chunk of pipe. And some condenser turbines there. Like so. Nice. We then have some storage tanks here. And then we have a little bit of grumbling and complaining because I forgot to bring along any way of actually getting water into these tanks. Yes, that's how well I thought this plan through. So what I actually need is a chemical plant about here with a delivery cannon chest here that's receiving ice. And I completely forgot to bring those. On the plus side, it means I can get this toasting while I'm waiting. So let's see. This is the one that charges spaceships. Let's see borrow this one because it's the most powerful, and that ship is probably more than hot enough already. So gear off and zap there. Go. Okay, it's going already. Right. So that's going to bring this up to temperature. Hopefully by the time I get back. But yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed that I forgot to bring the stuff to jumpstart it to actually produce the water with me. So, but yeah, what can you do? So that's done basically. Apart from the water supply. I thought I removed those. Apparently not. Are there any roboports here? Because that'd be quite a neat way of dealing with it. If I put this here and put a couple of robots into it, then I can send the stuff out with my don't drop them on the floor. Told you about this. I don't even know where they went. Nope, didn't put them behind that. Let's try it again. There we go. A couple of robots in there. And now what I need to do is put in a pump in here. It's not the chemical plant that's the hard part. It's the what's the name? Cargo chest receiver thing. This thing, delivery cannon chest. Yeah, and I can't be bothered. So I'll just send it out on the first spaceship that comes out this way. That'll be much easier. So we need a chemical plant. Let's do this from navsat mode so these things actually work. We need a chemical plant there. We need a receiver chest there. Oh yeah, yeah. You see, I'm just going to end up with I can do that one. Biters everywhere. So that's sort of why I haven't done it yet. I need to link this up like so, and say I want you to pump when there's less than 10,000 water. That seems like a reasonable amount. It's 5 of those. That's 2,000. Yeah, that's plenty of space. So it's about 10% full. And that should now. Oh, right? Okay. Oh, I think my cryonite planet is probably safe then. In that case, let's make that 30,000 actually. So it's about half full. 125. Okay, no, about quarter full. Yeah. So I think my other planet is probably safe, but we shall see. Right. So that's now good. Can anyone see any mistakes I've made here? I don't think I have made any, but I wouldn't put it past me. The train here is slow. Oh, I was going to put in some more pulverizers and more mining drills as well while I was here. So put one of them there, one there. They'll all run a little bit more slowly, but never mind. Then my thought was, once I've done that, because I'm using all of these modules, these are going to still run, and these could run a bit more quickly and a bit more effectively. It's fairly small, which is why I'm putting down quite a lot of drills, because that way it'll be as quick as possible. So make another one of them. If I put it there, then I just don't need any of this nonsense at all in the middle, because there'll be equal amounts coming out both sides of it. Put in one of these here. Feed that in. No, not in there. Bad. No, that way. Feed that in here. Oh, I didn't bring enough. Oh well. Let's just put that one in there. I mean, I feel like this is probably going to be enough, because with it being a relatively small planet, there's not a huge amount of stuff coming out of it. Not a huge amount of core fragments coming out, even with 6 drills. Hey Anton, welcome. Thanks for joining. So now I need to head back to Norvis orbit and get the other ship finished off and send that out here. So Norvis orbit. Where's my half-finished ship? It's down here somewhere, wasn't it? Yeah. Post that in again. Not you. Still not you. And then I need to reprogram this to not go to wherever it's set to go to, and just to go to gear often instead. And I also need to put in a provider. Actually, let's use a storage chest, because that way, if the bots get confused, they can put stuff back in it as well. This is a really easy way of making spaceships. I do appreciate a good copy paste. Hopefully, I've got all the bits, but we'll find out, I guess, in a moment. I need to go in and start looking at these settings down here and change the ones that apply to gear often to be correct, basically. Oh, my whiskey glass is empty. I won't fill it up again immediately. I'll wait until I've actually achieved something and then put some more in. Okay, so we've got the accumulators down now. So we need to tell this one. So Norvis orbit is fine. So that shouldn't be 1142. It should be, what is gear often? Gear often. It's moon. So that's this one. It's 520. Okay, so lower number. So let's change that to moon 520. So this is the one that tells it to go to Norvis. This is the one that tells it to go. This is the one that tells it to dock. This is the one that tells it to go to gear often, and this is the one that tells it to go to Norvis orbit to refuel. Good. Then somewhere over here there will be a thing that says if A is 511. No, if A is, there we go. This one. This should also be 520. So if you're on 520, then do the needful. Okay, I need some fuel in this. I need some fuel in this train. And other than that, oh, and I need the required things in this chest over here, which hasn't been placed yet. So by now I'm probably, I'm not quite back yet. 35 seconds again. That's getting predictable. So yeah, once I've got back, I should be able to do this all completely automatedly now. By now, and just send out the relevant things that I need. And once I load the chest up, at least. Are we there yet? No, still 15 seconds. Do. But yeah, the plan is to hopefully switch enough of the production over to get enough copper from that planet that I stop needing to dig it up on Norvis, because I'm having all kinds of problems from there. Right, so we need right, let's do this here. We need chemical plant, which is that one. We only need one of those. We need oh, there aren't any. Bah, I'm gonna have to build one up here then. We need a delivery cannon chest, again only one. Or is this just because I'm not inside robo range? It's because I'm just not inside robo range. I didn't think we could not have it. I could not have any of those. So that's those two parts. And I've got, yes, I've got a yellow chest. Ooh, don't fall out of the sky. Over here. Put that down. And then in there we put the receiver chest. And then the chemical plant. Which is that one. Right, and we need some form of fuel for this train. You see, this is why they end up with one rocket fuel in them, because I go, oh, I haven't got anything burnable. Oh, you can have some vulcanite. That'll tide it over probably. But actually, just in case it won't, let's not do that. Let's give it one rocket fuel instead. It's really annoying if you select something like this, so you've got an interface like this, and then you try and drop something into it, then it just drops it on the floor where your cursor was behind the window. So that's why I end up just dropping a rocket fuel there rather than putting it into the train. I should be used to that by now, but I don't seem to be. Right, this ship doesn't have any fuel, so it's not going to be able to get to Girofen. So what I need to do is go here. If I tell it to go to Norvis orbit, okay, if I tell it to go to Norvis orbit, it doesn't need any fuel to launch, which is one of the reasons it's nice to be on this particular version of the of the mod pack. And it will then immediately dock again at the correct place to refuel. I believe. So it should now be. Oh, that's the spaceship I've just flown into. It should be just over here somewhere. Stop flying into spaceships, Laurence. That's not helpful. Up here. It should be one of the ones refueling over here somewhere. Probably over here. Oh, no, it's probably trying to get into one of these parking spaces here, but it can't until these ships have refueled. Am I short of fuel? Yeah, here probably. It's probably trying to land here. And this ship is sitting here, slurping up all the fuel out of these tanks, which are pretty low on fuel, actually. Why are we so short of fuel? Is that because too many ships have been refueling, or because we've actually got a problem? We appear to actually have a problem. Okay, why is there no fuel? Where is the fuel ship? My yaks are coming out again in force. Sitting here on the planet. Okay, it's just that we got down... Interesting, we've got through the fuel sufficiently quickly that the ship has just not been able to... has not come back with more. I think I need another one of these. Tiles as well. Blueprint. Hey, Grantas, welcome to the joy of not working nights, I suppose. Congratulations on that. um, yes, it definitely beats the alternative. So yeah, welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Oh, to anyone who's watching on YouTube at the moment, however many people that is, if you could watch on Twitch instead, I would appreciate it. There's a link in the stream description. So if the six of you could switch over to Twitch, that'd be nice, because I'm sort of trying to grow my Twitch channel at the moment. In sort of, I'd say in leaps and bounds, but it's kind of in sort of fits and starts. It's going, but it's not going particularly quickly. But yeah, if you have both and can watch on Twitch, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Ah, this is one of the ships that may end up being awkward, because I don't. Yeah, I haven't upgraded. I haven't upgraded to the aforementioned version, which would allow me to allow these things to line up properly. So that's this may be a problem. Yeah, that was in fact. Oh no, it failed to put that one out because there was a because there was an empty, because there wasn't anywhere to put it. This time it might work. Let's find out. In fact, you know what? Can I identify where that is? safely. I'm not sure if I can. Uh, if I put that... Where are they? I know I've got some clamps in my inventory somewhere. If I put one of those down first myself and then build the rest of the ship around it, it was about here, I think. Yeah, that's now on the... Hooray! I did get it in the right place. Amazing. Yeah, I'd need to add a bit of rail to the blueprint, and I haven't, and so I can't, basically. But it just happens to be in the right place, so we're okay here. The interesting part is going to be getting some fuel into this spaceship so it can fly over there. I'm not quite sure how... I haven't really decided how I'm going to do that yet. I can move it around in here, so I'll probably bring it over to here somewhere and then just reverse one of these pumps and pump a bit over. In fact, yes, if I get it to land in the normal place over here, then I can just reverse a pump and fill it up that way. Where is it? Here it is. Oh, I see what you mean, Tristan. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Yes. Why did that take off? They're not supposed to do that. Goodness sake. That one. You. You're not supposed to actually take off until I've given you permission to. So you don't go to Asalia, go to Norvis orbit. And then I'm going to need to edit this so it actually sits in the right place. What was the ship called again? Because it's never going to get there at this rate. So it's there, right? So it's the input. Where's the input coming from on this? It's coming from this thing over here. Okay. So if I remove that wire, then at least the spaceship will stop taking off again. They're not supposed to take off until they've done at least one thing manually. So don't do that. Go to Norvis orbit. Take 20 seconds to get back. Okay. So that'll now land here, and it will stay because I've broken the cable. And I'll then be able to fill it up with fuel. At least enough for it to just fly over there sensibly. Then I can hopefully get this one fueled up. And then, where's the vault? It was called the vault, wasn't it? Where are you? What are you trying to do? You're trying to anchor on Norvis Orb. Okay, that's good. That's doing what I expect. So as soon as there's room for it to anchor, it will do. Come on, new ship. Where are you? The buzzard. That's the one. Right, anchor to Norvis orbit. Oh, I took the signal away from it. Damn it. Right, that looks about right. I hope that's the right place. It isn't. I took the docking signal away from it as well as the taking off signal, which is why it failed. There? Yes, there we go. Okay, so now if I rotate... Oh, no, I need to wait for it to finish building first. Are we actually making those here? No. That's problematic. Okay. Not actually making the fuel tanks here. Well, that's going to be... So there we go. Here's another yak to shave. I'm going to need to start making those. So we'll come down here. Put in another one of these. And you are to make rocket booster tanks. Requires big electric motors, heat shielding, airframe, space pipes on my system here? I don't know. I'll find out in a minute. And storage tanks. Those definitely aren't. Although they're not too difficult to make. Okay, electric motors, heat shielding, and scaffolds. Let's do those first. So here's electric motor. Nope, that's not electric motors. Here? Are big electric motors here? And yes, here they are. Oh, and space pipes. That's convenient. They're even on the same belt. So bring that down here. I've got most of the stuff sort of in place now and generally implemented. So so that means adding in more random things like this isn't too difficult. It's just sort of a case of going along, putting in all the different things. Did I miss a belt? Yes, I did. So it's just a case of going in and putting the bits and pieces in here. So the next one was the aeroframe scaffolds. Where are those made? And why can I not find them? There's airframe poles. Oh, airframe scaffolds are on the same one. Okay, so it's this one. I just hadn't extended the belt yet because that was a waste of space to do so. A waste of parts to do so, rather. I can't see what I'm doing there because I'm a cloud of smoke from my jetpack. Right, there we go. Put that in there. Coming down like that. And then let's put these in here before I forget again. There we go. Am I feeding it? Oh, damn. Thank you. You're quite right. That was meant to go underneath. I just somehow... I put in the second part of that, but not the first part. So, goodness knows what was going on in my head then. Right, so how are we doing? That's that one, that one, that one, that one. Storage tanks. There won't be any of those. There might be steel, though. And I think I'll need steel for the storage tanks, too. Yes, here's steel. I don't know why, but for some reason, subconsciously, when I'm trying to make an underground belt cross something, I tend to, or a belt go underground cross something. There's a sort of automatic reaction to flick it, as if by going a bit faster it would do it more effectively. I don't know why. It's a weird psychological thing. Right, and then we need to make tanks here, and that's going to require iron and steel, I strongly suspect. Yes, so I'm going to need to find some iron as well. Great. It's going to be mildly annoying. So we need to bring that down to here, like that. I feel like the iron belt should have steel on the other. No, the steel belt should probably have iron on the other side of it, but it doesn't. So, oh well. But it probably could be made to. Now, I don't think I'm bringing iron in anywhere around here. This is all just exotic stuff. That's just blue circuits up there. At least I've got a station and a convenient place to bring it into, though, if I need it. And this one up here, no, it's just steel, but nothing else. Okay. Oh, okay. So it was the smoke that was the problem, really. Let's blame that and try and look innocent. Okay, you are also to request iron. Iron, that one. And then these will have to unload it. So it's going to come down this belt. Going underground. That. Oh, not there, because there's something in the way, because of course there is. Now, I still want to I think I still want to have this on the other side of the steel belt. So from, let's go here. Let's do that. And that. And then of course I'll have to come along here and just pull all the steel off. But that's fine. I can shove that back into the system somewhere. There we go. So that's, oh, and I need the little loop in the belt like this. There we go. And that's, yeah, that should work. And let's put that steel I just picked up in these machines. Okay, job nearly done. I just need to put that out coming out into a red box like so, and then to limit the inserter. It's a 50. They're cheap. Okay, hopefully job done. That should allow me to finish off that spaceship and then get fuel being transferred again. Now, it does occur to me, I've just set that to the wrong type of tank. Not you. You. And so if it's those, let's just say 20, because they're a bit more expensive. In fact, actually, let's do that and have this one unload We'll make these tanks as well. I'm not sure why, because I'm not sure if I'm going to actually need them in space, but it just feels like since it's there, it might as well. So yeah. Oh, you off to bed already, Peter? That's a shame. I'm just getting started, but okay. Well, I'll catch you next time, I hope. Yes, There's always a lot of yak fur around, but I'll try not to get too overwhelmed by it. What are you sad about? Oh, tanks. Okay, that's fine. Is this just running constantly? Yes, it is. Let's upgrade that then. How much does it take to make one of these? 20 iron. Okay, it's not a huge amount, but to a blue inserter, it's quite a lot. Ooh, I could. There are some tanks in the network that I could pull out. It turns out. So if I put a blue chest here and say I want some tanks, although are they in there? Maybe they're in there because they're being brought up from ground level, in which case I don't want to do that. But I do. But if I'm doing, let's check the shopping list. Where is it? Yes, these are the shopping list. Let's do it from this mode, rather, so I can actually open things and look at them. That would help, wouldn't it? Yes, that would be good. So you are not asking for tanks. You aren't asking for tanks. Why am I looking at that? You are 500. Blimey, that seems excessive. All right, let's do that. There we go. Um, yes, but I believe I'm making them on site for material science. Over somewhere over here. I'm making locomotives on site. Ammo. I think I'm making them on site for material science. Must be further up then. What's this? This looks like no, that's the locomotives. There we go. Yes. I'm doing exactly that. I'm just making them on site out of the out of the iron and the steel because I already needed iron and steel out here for all kinds of other stuff. So I thought, well, or at least I needed, yeah. So I might as well just make them here rather than having yet another train going there. So yeah. Oh yeah, need that. Right, there we go. That should allow me to finish off that spaceship now. Let's head back. No, jump. That's the one. Too many controls in this game. Not enough space in my head. Right, okay, so this ship is now getting built. I fly a lot faster than the bots, and I don't need to refuel as often. So we now just wait a little bit for them to actually come over with all those tanks I put down. But once they have, I can then flip these pumps around. We'll start filling up all of the tanks inside the ship. I say, oh no, we won't because there's no fuel. Oh crap! What I need to do is I need to launch this ship. Let's see if the other one touches down here while it's in space. Come on, other fuel ship. Where is the fuelie? It's on its way, great. But with one engine on the back, one rocket fuel engine on the back, it's a bit slow. Oh, it's a minute, less than 2 minutes away. Okay. Yes, what Koanta said for anyone who's watching on YouTube. Thank you. All right, so another minute or so it'll arrive, and then once that happens, I can sort out the new ship as well. And if I've got the two of them flying backwards and forwards, hopefully there will always be one waiting to land here in Norvis orbit when I need something. Right, where was it? What was I waiting? Oh yes, I was waiting. I was trying to do that because here we go. Here is the this must be the ship from the new ship, the one that's supposed to be going off to Gear Offen at some point. Or maybe not. It's hard to tell. They all look the same to me. No, it's not. This is not a Gear Offen ship. Maybe the Gear Offen ship has already gone to Gear Offen. Gone off to Gear Offen. Words difficult. I don't really know. Buzzard. Oh, and the Buzzard is still parked there. Oh no, the Buzzard is the new fuel ship, apparently. What's the other one under there? I can't see because there's too many ships in. parked in the same space. Okay, well here comes the fuelie, so we'll wait. We'll let that one land, and then we can sort of start tidying things up a bit. I think that's probably the best plan. Doop, doop. There we go. So that's now landed here. We can dump the fuel out of it. So this once again this sort of runs into the problem with Factorio's fluid mechanics to an extent. So this tank here will empty really quickly, well relatively quickly, because we've got this pump connected directly to it. And there's another pump on the other side, so it's pumping liquid out as fast as it reasonably can. Now, liquid is also flowing into it from the surrounding tanks. This one's down to 82%, this one's down to 70%, and so on. And then the liquid is flowing into them from the ones around them. So we've got these that are 80 something percent as well. So the liquid does sort of just generally flow out. And when all these tanks are fairly full, it's reasonably effective because this tank stays fairly full because there's quite a lot of pressure behind it. The problem arises slightly later on when you start to get you start to run out of fuel a little bit in the in all of these tanks, and then it dribbles across really slowly, and so it's just it's then difficult to get the last bit of fuel out of it. But for now, it's working well, so the fuel is getting pumped out and going into all of these ships around here that are demanding it. Even though it's coming out of here about as fast as it's going in, we're seeing pretty high pumping rate. So there's going to be a bit of catch up to play here. Robert, which station is missing a signal? Because it's quite likely, but yeah, we'll see. Um, no, you're probably right. I probably don't need anything like that many solar panels on it. If we look in the past, oh, this is still picking up everything from everywhere else because it's linked to this station now. But yeah, you're probably right that one or two of those would be plenty. I could. I'm trying to think of ways I could improve it. Because yeah, using this, I could link this I could link this pump directly to this tank. Then I could have another pump coming off this tank. That would help a little bit. But I think, to be honest, it's probably okay. I don't know. I think it's probably reasonable, and now that we have two ships doing the trips back and forth, there should always be one parked here, and it'll probably be all right, even though I was complaining about it. New coal mining outpost. Let's have a look, because it is entirely possible I've missed one. So there are signals at the bottom of there, signals at the top of there, signal there. No, I think this is complete. So there's this. Give me a signal. Right, we've got the pink area here where for the station where that train parks. We've then got the cyan area across the top here for the train to park in when it's got a full load. And then we've got these cyan areas for joining to inside the rocket spaceship, sorry, so that'd be okay. And then we've got this pink cyan area down here. I probably don't need that signal there, actually. That one's superfluous. But yeah, and I could put in another one over here so it gets a bit closer. But I think that's all okay. There are signals up here on the way into the spaceships. And I don't think I need signals anywhere else. For that matter, I probably don't need that one either. Oh yes, I do, because that's a what's name, a chain signal to make sure the ships will go, the trains will go down both sides. Okay, so how are you getting on? You are. Yeah, I don't think there's any need, to be honest. The rate that the stuff is coming out of the crushers is going to be the limiting factor rather than the rate whether I can get a train back straight in immediately. Alright, so now we're into the slow part of the process. Potentially I could try and move, well, I was going to say I could move this somewhere else. I'm not sure I could. I'm not sure there's anywhere else to put it, and put in an extra pump going across here, but no, I don't think that's feasible. We'll just have to wait for this bit to the fuel, the sort of 20,000 to drain out of here naturally, in inverted commas. We're still getting, yeah, I mean the pumps isn't going flat out, but it's It's not going flat out by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to about less than 10% of maximum speed. Now, the other possibility is I could just make this ship take off again when it's not quite empty. And in fact, what I'll do that now manually. So we'll send this back to Asalia. And that'll mean we can now land... What was the other ship called? Buzzard. Buzzard, you. We can land you... Where was it? So it was about here, and it was, yeah, there. Land it there. Now if I rotate that and rotate that, now we'll have built up some of these tanks by now, so hopefully the bots will come over and build that up pretty quickly. Yep, just like that. So pump a bit of fuel across into there. Get some of it pumped through into here as quickly as possible, because this is the one that actually gets used to power the ship, which is why there's an extra pump in there. So we'll get that fueled up as quickly as possible. It's not going to need a huge amount, it just needs enough to get it back over to Asalia. I'm not sure exactly how much that is, but whatever it is, we'll get that across, and we'll give this a sensible name as well. Fuely 2. Why is there none in here yet? Why is this pump not pumping? Pump if... Oh, right. So there's only pumps the fuel across when the ship is full. That's not what we want in this particular case. We've got a decent amount in here now. That's probably enough. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to turn that on by unlinking it from there, I guess, which is a bit untidy. But is going to be how I'm going to have to do it. So we do that, then that'll pump away. Pump all the fuel out of the ship, out of the ship's storage tanks into its actual fuel tank. And then we can flip that pump around again and send it on its way. I reckon half a tank is going to be enough. Oh, no, don't do that yet. Actually, no, do that yet. That's fine. We don't care about how much more goes into here. But I do need to put that cable back in place from there to there, so it won't run. Okay, now we can send this one off to Asalia as well. Like that. Lib. I need to rewire that as well. Fuely to you. I think. Yes. I need to put the... Goodness sake, Laurence, click on the right buttons. Fuely to view surface. Cable from there to... It was there, wasn't it? It was there. Right, so that now should be fully automated. Remind me in a while to make sure that ship has made a round trip and is looking like it's doing the things it's supposed to do. Okay, the next question is why isn't the vault doing what it's supposed to do? So let's have a look at that. This should all be wired up and everything, so I should just anchor. Oh, maybe it won't anchor because that ship's in the way. Alright, maybe not then. Cancel that. This ship is hopefully fueling up, but there's not a great deal of fuel. Oh, it is actually done pretty well. It's mostly fueled at this point. We, don't have a great deal of fuel here, so we're going to need to wait for the ship to come back from Asalia. But that's sort of what we were expecting. Sort of what it's as is always the case with these sort of things in Factorio. You fix one problem, and then you discover that because that's been a problem for a while, you've got a massive backlog of whatever it is that needs to be filled up before it'll actually behave. So this isn't going to take off until the fuel level is up to 590, and it's currently up to 490. So we need to get another 100,000 fuel across before that ship will go. This is the big problem with the rocket fuel, is that you end up transporting huge amounts of it around. The ships are all these tanks are big, and it's not so difficult to make it. It's just that then you've got the logistics of pumping that sort of quantity of the fuel around makes it a bit difficult. I'm not sure there isn't much more than about 100,000 in all of these tanks as it is. They're all sort of running on empty a bit. This ship probably is only going to Myokin. This is probably enough fuel for it, so let's send it off to Myokin, which is the other way. It is supposed. Yeah, it carries vulcanite. It must be Myokin. So let's send that one off. That's a pretty good idea, Kodiak. One of the reasons I didn't do that was I was worried about running out of space. But yeah, I think that is a good idea. Especially as in my case at least, it's quite a small moon as well, so it's going to be cheaper to lift off and land from there. So it would make sense to use that as a sort of a central hub. The main reason I haven't, apart from the size of the moon, is sort of inertia in that all of my stuff is currently on Norvis or on the individual planets. If I was starting again, then yes, I'd ship everything to a sort of a central location and process it all in one place. But sadly, I haven't really got the. I didn't build up with that in mind. But if I ever play this game again, this mod pack, and get through again, then I'll do that. Right. Why, little Vault, are you not landing? So what do we got on the input signals here? We've got clamp 3, clamp 3 to clamp 9, and you are a clamp 3. So why are you not docking to Norvis? No, I don't want to do it manually. I want it to just land there because that's what it's supposed to be doing. What if I tell it to go to, I don't know, Kalidas, go, but actually no, I want you to go to, not Myokin orbit, stop doing things, go to Norvis orbit. There we go. Now it's behaving itself. So it's just a case of getting it to the right sort of point in its life, I guess. I don't know. Right. Let's have a quick look at the Fuely twins. Fuely 2 is floating there above Fuely. It's not landing. Why are none of my spaceships landing when they get to places? So it's got to Asalia. Down here somewhere in this horrendous tangle of things, there should be a thing that says, that's the one that says go to Norvis. That's the one that says dock. 5,200. What? Really? Let's have a look on Asalia, because I don't think that number doesn't sound right. Asalia. Okay, it can't land because there's a ship in the way. But yeah, that's 2. Oh, the one inside is 5,200. Okay, that's a bit random, but sure. As long as that's probably going to work. So yeah, it can't land because there's a ship here. I thought the map said there wasn't a ship on. Oh, there's one there we go. There's one down on the ground. There are none in orbit, and then there's this one here that's in sort of. It's above the planet, but somehow it's not in orbit. I don't know. Yes, I think you're quite right, Kodiak. In long term, everything's going to move over to antimatter, and I'm sort of imagining antimatter is going to have all of the advantages of everything, and just be quite small amounts of stuff that I'm pumping around. So yeah, I think that's probably going to be okay. Probably. Right. So that is behaving as expected. That one's behaving as expected. Let's look on Asalia. It's filling up. There is only one pump filling it up, which is a bit silly. What I should clearly have here is that and that and that and that. But that'll have to wait until the next time I come out to this planet, because I'm not here. I can't put this stuff down at the moment. But that will help speed up the refueling. The thing is, until fairly recently, it hasn't been too much of a problem. I've not been getting through fuel that quickly, so this ship has been sufficient. But it seems like that's not so much the case anymore. But I'm hoping with the second one in the mix, there'll always be a fully fueled ship floating above Norvis orbit, ready to land there. So I think that's finished. I'm going to have myself some more whiskey to celebrate having actually made a spaceship. We'll see if this helps me make a second one. In fact, no, actually, it's better than that. I've got 2 spaceships now working, I believe, because there's this one as well has now successfully landed and would be fueling up if there was fuel available. So it probably worked. Yes, definite hype. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping to make this one last long enough that I'll have something else to celebrate by the time it's empty. I don't want to drink it too quickly because it's quite nice. Partly because it's nice whiskey, and partly because I don't want to get too drunk on a school night. Right. Okay. So that is the copper core mining. I'm not going to say done, but I'm going to say I've got as much. It's sort of in a position where it's as done as it's going to get because I can't do any more to it because the spaceship is waiting for fuel to come. So I've shaved all of the yaks. I just need to wait for them to come home now. Just out of curiosity, actually, while I think of it, how hot is Gyrophon now? 6,000 degrees. Okay, so this is now hot enough to start working. These obviously haven't been placed because the spaceship hasn't got out there yet, which means I can't tell the thing to start lobbing the ice chunks out there. So yeah, I fixed the broken belt on Tulip. Cross that off the list. Done the beam to gear off them, but I haven't done the ice yet. So I've got rescue spaceship. I was going to put modules in pump jacks and see what happens. So somebody commented on the last video. Somebody commented on the last video saying that down on Norvis, I should go around and put productivity modules in pump jacks. If I can find any. Okay, there's some over there. For pump jacks, I should put productivity modules in them and then beacon them with speed modules. Now, the beaconing with speed modules definitely makes sense. Pump the oil out a bit quicker, and so on. But I feel at this point, when they're probably down to the minimum amount they're going to produce, that actually I should just speed module everywhere rather than put productivity modules in. I was considering doing an experiment on it by having some of them running with one, some of them running with the other, and see which one produces more. If I can find two that produce at the same speed, yeah, there's a few around, and see how that goes. But yeah, I think I'm not sure I can be bothered to go back down to Norvis at the moment, especially as I'm a bit short of rocket fuel. Thank you, Robert. Yes, much appreciated. Having more people on Twitch is good. That is where I'm trying to push people at the moment. So yeah, ideally I'd come down and whack in some of the wide area modules down here and put even more speed modules affecting the entire oil fields. We're not doing too badly on oil production though. We've got half a train. Maybe we're a little bit bad on oil production. How fast are we getting through it over here is the other question. Or rather, the rephrasing of that question, are these tanks empty? And the answer is yes, these tanks are empty. Okay, so I do need to do something about oil production. Yeah. Maybe I do need to go down to Norvis and boost that then. So let's see. Here's my landing craft. I don't think I need anything else from up here. Have I got a decent number of wide area beacons? Maybe? I can't even see. Oh, there they are. 20. Yeah, that's a decent number. It's not enough speed modules for them though, because they've got 15. Yeah, but I'm making these down on Norvis, so that's okay. So if I drop down to Norvis in this, I can then go over and fix that up as well. So let's go down to Norvis. Shoop. The next thing I want to do is start unloading the deep space asteroid data things from the naquim ship, and I don't want to be up here. Oh, I suppose I could. It doesn't really matter. No, I can't land there. There's a pylon in the way. Let's land here and crush some trees. Plump. Just out of curiosity, do I have any beacons or modules in here? There's some modules. Let's take those. I don't see any beacons though. Beacons. Take those as well, and that'll do. Okay, let's use a train to get around to all of these oil mines. So there's one just over here. Let's go there first. Yeah, sure, full cargo, that'll do. Because that'll never happen. Come down here. Train doesn't fit in the station. How wide area are these wide area beacons? And why can I never find the damn things when I need them? That's one of the problems with mod packs I find is you get so many different recipes and things that you can have that your inventory gets so big that I lose track of where everything is. So speed module that up. Nod. So that's gone from these have gone from about 2 and okay, so these that say 2.1 per second. That's not including the the speed modules. So this is now running at 4.8 times as fast as it normally would. Okay, good. Oh yes, yeah, that's a good point. I knew that really, but hadn't thought of it at the time. Yeah, that sort of crappy excuse. Get that. Go. That's a long way round to go to get to that station. Uh, the Norvian bases are always a bit sort of haven't have they some of the expansion has been a bit of an afterthought, shall we say? So this could have been done better. This train at least should be running on rocket fuel. It is. Are these as well? Yes. That's promising. Okay, so this is about as quick as well. I suppose I probably do have the tech to make nuclear fuel. I just haven't bothered because none of my trains none of my train networks are sufficiently loaded to the point where train speed is a limiting factor. So I've not cared very much about how fast they go. Ooh, while I'm down on Norvis, don't let me forget to upgrade the um, to change the unloading for the what's the name system, the core fragments to deal with copper as well. Okay, so we'll put one of them here. No, if I miss the top one off, but I can get that bottom one down there. So I put one in there. And then one over here to get all of these. How many can I get? So I either get that one up the top, or I... Oh, actually that does just get the bottom one, doesn't it? I think, yeah, it does. There's no way I'm going to be able to get that one right down at the bottom, but that's okay. So, oh yeah, oops. So I actually need to put it here, or better here. So I can get that one at the top, or I can get the one at the bottom. Again, it's a 1-to-1 either way. So let's put that there. Do I not have any cliff explosives? I don't have any cliff explosives. Crikey. That kind of surprises me. I'm miles from anywhere, I think. Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm not that many miles. If I fly over there, then I can request some. Cliff explosives are one of those things I should definitely always have in my inventory. They just should. Even if I'm flitting around between different planets, they're useful often enough that it makes sense to have them. So if I land down here, then I'll get them brought over to me sooner or later. Was that a cliff explosive? I couldn't tell. No. Okay, so I'll get that done. Then I can put those beacons in place, get them all moduled up. Right, where's the next oil mine? I can't really remember my way around this base very well because I haven't spent any time on North. There's a nice big oil patch there. I should probably go over and claim that one, and another one there. Maybe I should go and claim those. Do I have more oil mines? I think there was one up here somewhere. Here. There's a little one there. I think it'd probably be even better use of my time to go over and claim that other one. Oh, the one down here, that's quite a big one. Let's go down and that's quite compact as well, so it'll be a good one for a beacon. So we'll go down there afterwards. Have I got those? No, I haven't. Oh, these are the bots that bring it to me. They're just having to do it in lots of little hops. Oh yeah, second fuel ship. That's a good idea. Let's do that while I'm waiting. Thank you. Fuely 2 is still sitting there, but Fuely is still on Asalia fueling up. So that's sort of okay. I mean, it's probably pretty full. Less than 5,000. We've got 997,000 in there, and it takes off when it gets to 1,000,000. So, did I say 997? Yeah, no, so it's about to go. That's good timing, actually. 1,000,000. Is that exactly 1,000,000, or is it a... No, it's 1,050,000. Okay, it's going to be a little bit longer then. Actually, it's going to be quite a lot longer because we were waiting for a couple of thousand to go in, and now there's another 50 to go. So I'll come back to that. Right, good, got that. Let's head over and put that in place. Boom. Needs a pylon. Boop. Right, so now I get the speed modules on everything. I should have a look and see what this has done to my power consumption for the base in a moment. You can see the difference down here. That one's going at crazy speeds of 4.2. This one's going at the less crazy speed of 1.8. But yeah, it works. It'll get me some more oil, and that's what matters. You go... Where was it? It was down here. Go here. So we've got an oil train there pulling into the station. So it's... What kind of fruit's that, honestly? Who designed this place? You know, well, let's go from there straight into there like that. It's kind of ugly, but it'll work. Oh, but it'll never get built. Never mind then. It's a long way down there. I forget how big and sprawling my Norvis base is sometimes, because, as I say, I don't really go here very much, but it's kind of huge. It's not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, if I do drop that down to being exactly 1,000,000, then it stops. We get around the problem of just waiting for this to dribble out into the other ships. Yeah, all right. Let's do that. Plib, plop. Perfect. So yeah, that worked exactly as I'd expect it to. Why is that pumping? Oh right, if on Asalia, then pump. Okay, gotcha. I understand. Right, that yeah, oh yeah, and we'll change this one to be exactly 1,000,000 as well. Am I there yet? Am I nearly there yet? No. Do. Oh well, I've got some delicious Lefroy to keep me company on the way down here. Ah, we're nearly there. Good. And I have to admit, this is the sort of thing that a Spidertron would actually be ideal for. Just wandering around the base over long distances and just them putting things down for me. So I can't get both of those. I also can't put the beacon there. I can't get the one at the top and the one at the bottom. So I think, yes, there is as good as it gets. Ooh, I'm running out of speed modules. And I have run out of speed modules. That was a little underwhelming. Does mean I should probably go out and come back here again to bring more modules, but probably not going to do that. This has got 200,000. That's enough for a train, but it's not completely full, so it's clearly working. Trains are coming here and taking it away. Why is it all stopped? Oh, solar. All right, this is a daytime only. Oh, that's problematic. Because I've come in here and I've just massively increased the amount of power it tries to use, like that. it can suddenly no longer cope. Were the other ones on the real power network? Yes. Yeah, that links in over here. And that one obviously is practically in the middle of the base. But this one is not. Where's the nearest spur that actually is? This one. This looks like it. Yeah, this joins up to. Yeah, this spur here joins onto the power network. So I can run a cable along here, join onto this one, and then up here, and join in up here, and we'll be okay again. All right. Should be fine. If I've got enough big pylons, which I think I probably have. Off we go. Right, so I've joined into this one now, which is a bit of an untidy cabling system, but never mind. And then, was it here? So, yes, here I need to then run up to up there. Okay. One there, and one there. And then up here. What? No, this is wrong. Where am... Oh no, this is right. There isn't a way out for the train. Okay. It's a way out for the electricity, but not a way out, or a way in for the electricity, but not a way out for the train. That's fine. Okay, is that now linked in? It should be. And so now these should all be, yeah, they're all going like crazy. So how much, the question is, how much power have I now increased my usage? How much have I increased my power usage by for pump jacks specifically? A lot. It's gone from 11 megawatts to 39 megawatts. But in the whole grand scheme of things, when the whole base is using 1.2 and I've got 2.2 available, I don't think I care. So, yeah, that's fine. I want you to not go there. Let's go back to construction train to stop. That'll do. Okay. Job done. And I think that all that speed boost is now going to mean my oil problems should be a thing of the past. Yeah, we've got enough in these now that it hasn't triggered for... we should have triggered another request by now, actually. And that one down the bottom had loads in it, and it clearly has been delivering it somewhere because it wasn't completely full. So, should be good. Emphasis on should. And who... Oh, there we go. It's gone yellow. Okay, good. Right, okay. So there is another train going off to get some more oil. I kind of feel like I should put another 2 core mining drills in here, because everywhere else, every other planet's got 6 on, as if I've decided that's the magic number. So let's do that. Those can just get built by the bots. Oh yes, and the other thing, yes, copper down here. I have remembered. Make a note on the calendar. Laurence remembered something. Take that out there. Wait for this to everything. Then I can go remove that and put in a, what's this, is going to be a 2 to 3 balancer. 2 to 3. I'm sure a long will fit. Fairly sure a long will fit. Yeah, it will. But let's put it there. That goes in there, and there we go. Start filling it up again. We have that like that, and a splitter in there, and we take out copper ore to the right. There we go. Simple. Let's pump all this through, and yeah, everything's back to normal. Nobody would have known I'd gone in and fiddled with things. Okay, let's see how that spaceship is doing up in orbit, whether it's actually got enough fuel in it now to do anything useful. The fuelie has arrived and is unloading as they do. These tanks are all now looking pretty healthy, so I'm happy with that. This seems to generally be working. We've still got 100,000 left in there, so that'll dribble through slightly more slowly, but fast enough. This ship is now filling up as it should. So basically, we've got this pipe running down here. It's bringing fuel round from there as fast as it reasonably can. And this is what I was talking about with the logistics of fuel delivery in space being a little bit tricky, because we're trying to pump hundreds of thousands of rocket fuel round a single pipe. Now I've got these tanks in here to help a bit, because these act as buffers. When everything is working happily, we'll have 600,000 in here and in here to pump straight into the ships when they arrive. But in the meantime, it's a bit of a slow process getting everything across. So now, what would probably help slightly is if I designed this with them in 2 rows of 3 rather than having an extra one at the bottom here. I don't really know quite why it's like this and what these are for, because this is the only place it fuels up. So it's probably somewhere where the design has changed. Check the output orientation. Is there a chance that I've got them wrong? Maybe it's possible. Wouldn't put it past me. No, they both look okay. I did think. I mean, I thought about it as I put them down, but it is possible that it could relatively easily have got them wrong. So, yeah, no hard feelings. So what are we waiting for? How much fuel are we waiting for on this one? Did I say? Up here, fuel. We are waiting for fuel to be 590, and it's nearly at it's 450. Okay, so there's a fair chunk to go yet. So we've got some way to go on that. This is waiting till it gets down to 5,000, and it's currently at 50,000. So it's, again, nearly there. Let's see where Fuelie 2 is. Has it made it over here yet? No, it's still on Asalia filling up. Okay, that's fine. That's probably good. Why are these ships? Oh, these are ships that are waiting to fuel up. So there's a bit of a queue going on, I think. So yeah, that's annoying. Well, I should probably make more fueling up points in Norvis orbit, really. How easy would that be to do? That wouldn't just suffer from the same problem. And I could have them land here, I suppose, but no, that's silly. Where is there room for a ship that size to fit in? There almost is over here. But it has to be on some... Ideally, it wants to be up from here, or basically not on this pipe, because if it's on this pipe, then it'll have the same problems. Because it's the amount of fuel that this pump can cram down this pipe that's causing the issues. Is why these are. But then these are nearly full. This is going to take off fairly soon, I think. 550. Yeah, it's halfway from when I last looked at it. What's going on here? Yes, this one is working quite nicely. So this one is bringing up all of the Vitamelange products to Norvis orbit, and we've got to the point now that all of these warehouses are full. So these trains will now just sit here until they've got room to unload, and this ship will just sit here and wait, which is quite nice because it means the ship isn't travelling backwards and forwards unnecessarily, but we've got a full supply of everything needed here. So I'm really quite pleased with how this is all working. That's good. No, changing the limits here wouldn't really help, because this one, there's no point in this one leaving yet when there's still a little bit of fuel on it can pull out, and it's not ready for and there isn't room and the other ship hasn't come over yet, so there's nothing to replace it. So I might as well have a little bit more dribbling out of it. With this ship, it's not the amount in it that's the problem. It's the rate it's coming through from here, and there's enough in this tank that this pump is running as fast as it can. It's limited by the pipes, so there's no point in dropping this one down by 50k, except to just force it to leave now. So no, there's no point, especially as it's so nearly there. We're at 570 now. There's only another 20,000 to go before that one sets off. Right, another thing I was considering looking at is uranium production, because on Norvis, all of my uranium mines, I don't know where my uranium mines are. There's one here that's empty, apart from dribbles in the station. There's one here that would be empty if I put the pipes in properly. Why Why are these actually? Why aren't these running? Oh yeah, because I actually haven't put the pipes in properly. I should might be worth coming over and just fixing this one, to be honest. Um, but there are no more uranium patches inside my borders, so I've got a few choices here. One is to try and liberate these uranium patches that are outside my borders. And I made a bit of a start on that in the previous episode with one of my beams, just by having it zapping around and killing off biter nests in the area. And I think that's why they're a bit thinner over here than they are everywhere else, because I was wrecking them with the beam from space. Um, but potentially a better idea than this would be to go off to another planet, perhaps one that already has some mining going on it, and try and dig up some uranium there. Now, the problem is the only uranium rich planet I know of is this one, which is around a different star. So yeah, it's not worth heading all the way out to it. So a better alternative, perhaps go somewhere like, I don't know, Kothar's got a bit of uranium. Maybe one of the other planets has got. This one hasn't got any. Nor this one. Or Frost. Or, does Frost's already got acid on it? I think. Maybe this. I think. Did I have? Yeah. Oh yes, because I am already mining uranium here. So I could start shipping uranium or uranium nuggets back from Frost to Norvis. That's a possibility. How big is this patch? 800,000. Okay, are there bigger patches around? That's Beryl. That's tiny. That's Beryl. That's a million there. Almost a million there. 1.3. Okay, so there's about 3 million uranium, 5 million uranium scattered around in the area that I've already explored. That's not too bad. What about Kothar? That was another one that had some uranium. Um, the fact that I can't see any just glancing at the map makes me think that actually this isn't a very uranium-y planet. And it's clearly got some. Oh no! It's coming in by train. Oh, here we go. There's this patch here that's nearly dead. Okay, so Kothar is not the one. Myokin, do you have any? You've got some uranium on Myokin. I don't think I've got any acid here, but 600,000, 400,000. It's a smaller area that I've explored of Myokin, but I think so far Frost is looking like the best one. Oh, belts. That's an interesting point. Asteroid belts. I don't think there's a huge amount. I haven't noticed huge deposits in them, but that doesn't mean I've not not being observant. So there's a little bit in Kalidas 1, even less in Kalidas 2. I mean, none so far, but I've not done a huge amount of exploration here. Let's do a little bit more. Oh, there's a big beryllium patch there. I don't know whether it's the way I've been exploring, but this asteroid belt feels very one-dimensional. Oh no, I take it back. We're finding a bit more as I go down further. Did that just not? Oh, it is exploring it all. Okay. No, it does feel very very one-dimensional. There is the asteroids just go across in one dimension, as I've sort of implied by the way I was saying it. Let's just carry on like this then. Sweep across the middle. There's quite a lot of nice chunky asteroids out here. There's a lot of beryllium, or beryl rather, the unprocessed beryllium, but there's no uranium showing up at all here. Oh no, take it back. 5 million. That's not too shabby actually. I could put in another. I could do another ship like the one that goes out to get the naquitite, because that's got all of the stuff in needed to make the acid. Go out, build that up, and bring it, and then bring it back from there. And another possibility is I could have a spaceship that's full of that fills up with that has some fluid tanks on to take the naquim and to take. Oh, I need water as well for that though. There's no no water ice around. Don't see any water ice. No, that's not really. So yeah, I would have to perhaps have a spaceship that brings out acid. Let's see. Uranium ore. Other ways of making it. Normal ways of making it. 10 sulfuric acid for every 1 uranium ore. So for every 25,000 capacity tank, I'd get 2,500 uranium ore out. So I'd need the spaceship would need to be mostly what's the name? Mostly mostly acid tanks. No, there wasn't. I didn't see any methane ice either. I don't think. No, so it's all just beryl and copper, neither of which I need. Now, this might be the sort of thing that a delivery cannon is suitable for, actually. We could shoot out water ice, iron, and sulfur in delivery cannons. Or I could just bring them out in a spaceship. That's probably a better way of doing it, to be honest. A spaceship is probably a nicer way of bringing all these things out. Not to have an easy. Oh no, oh no, water ice can be carried on by trains. Yeah, if I bring a spaceship out with ice, sulfur, and iron in much the same way that I am for the naquim, then I could mine this without too much difficulty. The thing is, it then needs to go down to Norvis to be processed because I haven't got the processing facilities anywhere else at the moment. I trust that I have put the productivity modules in everything down on Norvis. I think I have. I think I remember going in and rebuilding it with productivity modules. Yeah, yeah. Okay, here we go. Yes, they've all got productivity modules as far as they can go. Okay. The other concern is that 5 million isn't that much. I mean, yeah, okay, it's a decent amount, but it's not a huge amount. Hmm. I'm not sure it's worth it. Although I suppose if I do produce it, and when that patch runs out, then I just explore a bit further in the asteroid field until I find another uranium patch. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So that could work. Okay, I'll remember that as a way of as a good way to do the uranium thing. I think because that does seem reasonable. Okay, now has that ship left? Yes, good. And now we've got one of the Vulcanite ships in here sucking up fuel instead. That one's gone. Let's have a look at the map. Where are all the ships? So Fuelie is waiting to land. Fuelie 2 is currently fueling up. Okay, that's all right. And Gyrophon. The Vault has landed on Gyrophon. Excellent. Yes, this has happened. Good. So you are to melt water ice. That one? Yes, that one. And if I go to Frost, then that's no longer in use. Ice gun here. You can fire at not Norvis, but Gyrophon here. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't put in any system for this to say, okay, that's enough, now stop. I didn't put a launching thing at all. Matter fabrication is a possibility. That was something an idea I was playing with a little while back. I think now that I'm basically at the point where I don't need to think about where I'm not going to use uranium for anything other than science. So I'm not using it for power generation. I'll probably stop using it for what's the other thing I'm using it for? Ammunition, because I've sort of more or less I don't seem to be fighting the biters very much anymore. That said, there's probably going to be a bit of it being used up for that. Let's have a quick look back at Norvis. The ammunition is being made here. Yes, surely. Yes. So we've stopped making it because we've run out. The ammunition goes down this into here. We still have not an enormous amount of ammunition actually. We are going to start running out of that fairly soon. Obviously, I need to go in and put lasers everywhere to fix that problem. Right, why is that gun on Tulip not on Frost not firing? Oh, because it's turned off. I mean, that's a pretty good reason, to be fair. Now, this is probably not loading because... Why would you not be loading? Oh, okay. Right, yeah, that's fine. It was just using up the ones that were in that box first, and then using ones that have been actually just made here. Okay, so looking back at gear often now. The problem is, this chest will eventually fill up, and at that point, it'll start getting pummeled into oblivion by the delivery cannon, because I didn't put a transmitter on this out here to tell it when to stop firing. Yeah, because that would have been sensible, so I didn't do that. It's been so long since I've done one of these, I forgot what was needed. So we need to put in one of them as well, and I'll finish that off at some point. But now we have water coming around here. We have this running merrily, and yeah, we're gradually building up water in these tanks. We've got about 3,000 in there at the moment. We're going to go until we've got 30,000, which is 5 of them. So that's 6,000 in each on average. So yeah, it's a bit about the same amount again, please, and then we'll be okay. Then I'll just cut off the water supply, and it'll probably keep going for ages without any problems. Okay, we should now have more power than we know what to do with. What? Okay, that seems okay. That's... Oh! Bother. Oh, that's annoying. I forgot an output. This doesn't just produce hot steam, it also produces water. I do not have a uranium planet within... I don't have a uranium planet... Well, no, I do have a uranium planet within difficult reach. There's one in another star system, but there are none in Kalidas, in the Kalidas system. I'd have to go miles and miles away, and that's not worth it. Yeah, it's quite possible there's an iron patch there, but to be honest, I think it's just going to be easier to ship because there'll be a spaceship flying out there anyway to pick up the uranium. I might as well just ship out the ice, the iron, and the sulfur in that spaceship rather than faff around with another system for collecting. That's very annoying. I could fly this ship back as is. Bit of a waste of fuel, but it's a small planet, so it won't waste that much fuel. Or I could fly out there myself and just fix that, because that's bloody stupid. In fact, what I can do... Can't close this thing with keyboard shortcuts. There we go. Right, I was going to say what I shall do is put in the transmit in the receiver while I'm here, but I'm not actually here at the moment. I'm not here because it's not the right place. I'd need to do it on over on Frost, but I think I might be able to do that remotely. There's probably some available out there from before. So, do I have? I do have one of those. Do I have a receiver? Probably not, because I haven't used them very much for a while. Because with spaceships and rockets, you don't need them. It's only when you're using delivery cannons that you need the transmission of the signals quite so much. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a receiver in here though that's just been left from ages before, or pulled up from somewhere. No, or transmitter rather, not receiver. Nope. Okay, let's request one then. So I need a transmitter. Let's take 2 just so I've got a spare. And I'll take a receiver just in case. I don't think I'm going to need any, but I might as well. Because I reckon if I look on Frost, this one, it's probably, yeah, there's this receiver right here. And this is receiving a signal from orbit at the moment, actually. This one's receiving one from Norvis. So I can fix that to be the one from Gearoften, and then link that into here, and that'll tell it when to work. So that'll run nicely. I could pull off this belt, but to be honest, this is going to be more than fast enough, isn't it? because I'm not going to get through very much ice over there because it's running off the inefficient way. I don't need to turn off the cannon. I just wanted to do it automatically in the future. So let's change that to no. Learn to use a keyboard. What? Oh. Weird user interface. Right, and then have I got the transmitters I asked for? No. It's not going to bring them to me because I'm not close enough to a roboport. There's one. I'll stand here. If I rub up against it like this, I'll be brought stuff more quickly, right? So this transmitter will then be the one that says from gear often, the transmission from gear often to Frost, and then we'll know when it's working probably. Oh, and I need a constant combinator in there as well. One of these, which I've got some of. Good. Come on. All this waiting for bots business is just a bit frustrating. Where are they even coming from? I know if you zoom out too far, you don't get to see them. Maybe they've arrived and I didn't see. Nope. So where are they coming from? I don't see any movement of bots on the map, but I'm aware that if I'm zoomed too far out, then they just don't appear, so... Oh, there they are. Right. Let's go. Gear off and here we come. Right, there's full tanks at the moment, so that's probably going to be enough to get me to gear off and back, but let's check how much fuel we've got after we take off. 40... yeah, ooh, it's a bit low actually. No, let's go to Norvis orbit first. I don't want to run out of fuel, I'd feel very embarrassed. Right, so yet another ship to be filled up, but this one's really, really close to the tanks and running off a different arm, so it's going to be a bit quicker to accumulate. Yes, accumulating in the chest is fine as long as it doesn't overfill the chest. Then it's okay. I don't mind. Having sort of 1,000 in there, who cares? Having 10,000 so it overflows and gets destroyed by the ice falling out of the sky, then I start to care. And to be honest, this is probably enough for liftoff from gear off, and it's a pretty small planetoid. But let's have a quick think. So, modules and pump jacks, I've done that. I've crossed that off my list. Uranium, I've had a bit of a think about, so that's good. Copper core mining, I've nearly finished that because I keep realising extra things I need to do to fix that system and get it working properly. Rescue Spaceship is something I haven't done yet. Maybe I'll go there when I've done this step. Okay, we're more than half full. That's going to be plenty for gear often. Especially as I think gear often is on the way, because it's quite a long way out. So if we fly out there now, we can then head out. I'll just park this next to the other spaceship. I don't need any special stuff if I do the rescue this way, because if I look at what's the ship called? Donut. That's the one. If I look at the donut, it has arrived. So we can anchor here and just park. Let's just park here of all places. And then when I get out there, I can just park my other ship, the bagel, next to it, and then pump some sweet, delicious stuff from the bagel into the donut. These names are making me hungry. All right. It's a lot less sleek, this ship, isn't it? It's a lot less pretty, but it's capable of landing on planets, which makes it kind of useful for that reason. The other minor concern is how much solar power there is going to be available out there, but I don't think I care very much about that. There's going to be enough; it'll just limp along a bit more slowly, so, which is a shame, but it's okay. That was the sound of water, not whiskey, in case anyone's keeping track. Okay, so there's the uranium. So I think, yes, going out to the it was the further asteroid belt, I think, wasn't it? No, it was the near asteroid belt. Going out to that one and doing a mining system on there in the same way I've been doing the naquitite is probably going to be the way to go for that one. So that leaves on my list is starting deep space science and going off and pulverizing the naquitite in deep space in order to improve the amount that's carried through a little bit. Now just to boost the throughput a bit. That said, what's the naquitite ship up to? Stop telling me about those. Naquifier, that one. Okay, it's parked here. Why is it just parked? I don't know. It's emptied. It's refilled with this stuff. Curiouser and curiouser. Where's the one for leaving? If a 511 is this one. So yep, that's okay. That's outputting one. That's outputting one. That's outputting one. That's not outputting one. Ah, have I changed my numbers for this? Yes, I probably have. 724 because this is going. Oh, this is going to 600. So this needs to be set to 600. And there she goes. There she goes. Right. Okay. Right, yeah. So this chest is still at only less than 200, so we're absolutely fine there. What I need to do here is put in one of these, and then a couple of these, and call this from gear often. I wonder if that was supposed to be a capital F or not. I can't remember. Set this to ice, 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 baby, ice, 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 maybe. Ah, there it is. Water ice, minus 500. And then presumably on frost, we've got this set up so that from gear often with capital F, okay, that needs fixing. If this is less than 0, then it'll fire, and it currently isn't anything because I've named this wrongly, because that should be a capital F. That. Now if I look at frost again, we should see here, yeah, we've got minus 311, so that's going like clappers. It'll load this up happily, and then this will fire every time that gets to 200, like so. Like so. And then it'll load up again. So okay, but what eventually this will get to when it fires the next one, if we don't use any more ice, that'll be a positive number because minus 111 plus 200 is more than 0. This inserter will stop running and it will stop firing the ice. So we should now be okay here. This should now all be hunky dory. It would help quite a bit if I linked this belt into here. Like so. Oh, these are not working because I don't have any green inserters. Joy. So, and then yeah, they're all moduled up. Good. Right. Now the question is, with all of this running, is it going to be? There's the ice. So that's now got more than 500 in it. So we shouldn't get any more ice coming in. Now the question is, with all of these modules, is that now fast enough to use it up faster than it's coming in, or am I going to have to change some of these for speed modules, which I do have again? Excellent. And the answer is no, we need speed modules. However, we now have this powering it, which means there's no point in this having efficiency modules in it. Do efficiency modules affect speed? No, they just drop the energy consumption. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's just fill it up. Power is cheap. Yeah, we're now using this up faster than it's coming out, so that's more than enough. Right, so let's take some of these back. Try and sort of just vaguely find the balance point where the machines will use up all of the core fragments that are coming out, even with the productivity modules. But I'm not putting stupid numbers of these in there. But I say not it matters. The power is basically free now. Using quite a bit of it here. Yeah, maybe a max rate calculator mod would be a good idea. I say maybe. I'm pretty sure it would be, but yeah, I've got enough mods at the moment. In fact, you know, I don't think any of this stuff I put in before is actually needed now. Could probably pick all that up again. Just empty that back out again. Well, let all these run till they're finished, and then just pull it all out. Okay, so how are we going on? How are we getting on down here? We've got one train that is filling up. Interestingly, even with a balancer that's set up correctly now, as far as I'm aware, we're still getting unevenness here. We've got this one in the middle is empty, and all the other ones have significant amounts of stuff in them, especially this one. Oh, that's why. Fail. Have some copper. Okay, don't have some copper. Okay, these are all full. Why is this train not gone? Core pickup, full cargo inventory. Those are all full. Those are all full. Those are all... Ah, this one's waiting for some stone. Have some stone. And you can have that copper and that stone. There we go. Right. So now that train goes up there. This train comes round to fill up. One of these trains will hopefully... Ah, they start on manual. That's mildly awkward. They will then leave the spaceship. The full trains go into the spaceship. We'll see how much this one fills up. Okay, this is all fairly near to being ready to go again, actually. Looking at the amount that's gone into these. We've got 34, 37, 39, 35, 35. Yeah, so 7/8 full each at least. So that's going to be pretty good soon. I'm running out of fluid trains, never mind. Okay, so that's... Yeah, this seems to be working. I think I'm just going to watch this train go for the sake of... since I'm here and it's nearly full. Might as well keep an eye on it. Hey Zvi, thanks for joining. Yes, I've been playing for a while now. I think it's probably about a year, but it's going pretty well, I think. And yeah, I hope the channel will become huge fairly soon. I had a bit of a milestone fairly recently, actually. I hit 100,000 video views, which it feels like quite an achievement for me. Although, admittedly, some of the bigger channels on YouTube will get more than that per video. But yeah. That's a fair point, actually. Okay, let's put in a signal over here so that train trundles forwards and the other one can come out. I don't think it makes a great deal of difference, really, especially as that one hasn't come out. Why has that one not come out? Has it goes? Oh, there we go. And you're going to core pickup. Okay, good. I hope it was programmed properly. Yes. So yeah, I mean, I might as well have them do that. It doesn't. I don't think it makes any actual difference or any significant difference to the overall throughput of the system, but it feels nicer to have them out and ready, so this one can just trundle around and go straight in there. Yes, I'm now a what's the term? Twitch affiliate, which means I can people can now subscribe rather than just follow. So that's nice. Please do like, comment, follow, subscribe, all of the things that are appropriate for whatever whatever platform you're watching on. The more the better. Yes, my Twitch followers have gone up a fair amount over the last uh, few weeks, which is quite nice. I think I already had quite a lot of people watching on YouTube. So when I said, hey, I want to now try and push Twitch, there were quite a lot of people who basically went, okay, then I'm already going to be watching you. I'm happy to do it on Twitch instead of on YouTube. It doesn't make a lot of difference to me. So there's been a bit of a bit of a move over this way, which is what I was trying to get done. So yeah, if we look along here, we've got this thing where there's um, the stone isn't coming through quite as quickly as some of the other things are. So there we go. Now it's full, I think. Got stone, copper, and there's no ore fragments. Oh, this one's still waiting for another 7 core fragments. Okay, well it'll get there in a moment. 98, 99. Bing. Is that the last one full? No, this one's still also waiting for core fragments. 8, 99. There we go. Now the train can go, and that should mean the ship can go. Let's give it a moment. And how about now? Oh wait, this is going to be the numbers are going to be lower here because I'm glad I stayed around to watch actually. So what I had before was I was saying watch until there's at least 20,000 core fragments and then take off, but there aren't going to be 20,000 core fragments because quite a lot of the stuff's coming through as copper. So if we say 10,000 copper instead, when copper is greater than 10,000 and all of the rest of the stuff, like 2 trains and whatnot, then go, and now we'll go. So that should be pretty reliable, I think. Oh, and I've just noticed I've had an actual Twitch subscription as well. I should try and find out who that was and say thank you. Oh, it was Kodiak. Thank you very much, Kodiak, for being my congratulations on being my first subscriber. Much appreciated. Okay, so that's now going to carry on running as before, and the ship will come back and be ready to pick it up. So, good. That should now... yeah, so a nice achievement to have for both of us, I think. Okay, now let's head back to Norvis orbit. I think that's my next port of call. Right, I'm going to cross off copper core mining, which is slightly ambitious given that I haven't seen absolutely everything work from it yet. But you know me, I'm an optimist. I like to think these things are going to work happily. So, oh no, wait, this isn't where I'm supposed to be going. I'm actually supposed to be going to Kalidas asteroid belt 2, which is a long way out. Oh, it's going to take forever. Actually, it's not so bad. The problem is going to arise when I start to run out of power because these are no longer running at full efficiency. But we'll see how it goes. Right, so let's go over to here. Let's have a look for the vault, which shouldn't be called the vault. It should be called something like, I don't know, gear off and core. That'll do. Seems like a suitable name for it. This will be back to Norvis, presumably. Yes, Norvis in 2.5 minutes. Okay, so there's a little while to wait. It's got a fair way to go. So it came from Gear Off here, which is near Tulip. It's another commune with Tulip around Tsukimi, which I still think sounds like a type of sushi. I know I'm thinking of sashimi, but it still sounds delicious. So this then needs to fly over to here, land in Norvis, and we can start unloading and making sure that works properly. There's the bagel sneaking out towards Kalidas asteroid belt where the donut is already parked, so we can go and refuel that. Yeah, I think things are going pretty well. No, it's belt 2. It's belt 2 that the donut's parked at because it's basically the first place you can get to when you come back into the Kalidas system. It's belt 1 where I'm going to be doing the iron mining, but I'm going to set up the spaceship to go out and pick that up first. To get all of the stuff into it first and bring that load out and then sort it out. Yeah, the stranded ship. I'm going to deal with that, but let's have some more whiskey to fortify myself before I get out there and have to have to deal with what with in, my own fallibility. Let's put it that way. Well, I think essentially I am going out there with a ship because this is the ship, probably the ship that I would have to use, and it's got an ion canister. Look, here it is, this one. um, yeah, I would still have to fly out there anyway. I would have a ship that had ion ion flux in it anyway, in order to power the ship that was flying out to get it. So it doesn't make a great deal of difference. The only advantage that having the ion canisters would have made is that I would then have been able to fly out and meet it somewhere out in deep space and flit across there in my own little bubble suit and do it from and then unload from there. But since in the time I've been faffing around with everything else, mostly gear off, admittedly, which is a little sad. Because I've been faffing around with other things, it's had time to fly out there and sort of for the ship to get out to the other asteroid belt, and I can just go and park next to it. So it's nice and easy. So, while we're waiting for that to happen, I suppose I should think about these deep space catalogs. I've got all of the stuff I need for them now, I believe. Does it not? That would be really awkward because I think that's one of the main things you'd want the ion stream for. Although I suppose actually if you've parked the ship, you can presumably put down some of this stuff next to it. Why don't I put some of this down now? Can it be placed here? Oh, fair enough. Or I'd end up having to pull up something from. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you can't put the machine that does that down on a spaceship, then I mean I would see that as being the main reason to use the ion canisters as a sort of an emergency fuel supply for a spaceship. Okay, there we go. It's a disagreement, I'm afraid. Okay, so yes, what was I saying? Oh yes, yeah, I need to finally get around to doing these things, and I reckon I've got all of the stuff I need for them now. So nano engineering data, I've got all of these things, or at least I've made them somewhere. I know I can do them. These naquim, yeah, we've got that. Structural data naquim again, got lube, that's fine. These things I'm producing now. So yeah, I think this is all going to be something I can get put together now. Okay, so thanks for joining, and yeah, there's lots and lots of videos to catch up on. Do enjoy them. I hope they're enjoyable, and catch you another time. Thanks for watching. But yeah, so once I've rescued the ship, I'm going to head back to Norvis orbit and try and really. You see, this is why I don't want to upgrade to the latest version. If the science pack recipes, if all the recipes are changing, it's just a headache. Going around and trying to fix things. As I was saying earlier, with the when you changed the recipe for the what do you call it? The small electric motors. It's just on the motor probably. Yeah, these ones. And before they used to require the single cylinder engine thing, which I mean, it makes sense to not require it because you don't need a little petrol engine to make an electric motor. But when you've already gone in and made the system up to build it, it's kind of annoying. As I was saying, the worst part of it was then having to go around and find all of the places where I've made these things and switch the system over to making them with the new recipe. In hindsight, what a thing I should have done, I realised, was I should have made both of these and had these on the bus. So I had just one sort of central place that was making loads and loads and loads of these motors, dumping them onto the bus, because that would have been made life a bit easier further down the line. But I didn't, and therefore I had lots of places where this needed to be updated. And there hasn't been a problem for a very, very long time. It's been ages since I've actually made a machine to make either of these because it's all just built and I can forget about it. But it was something that at the time was somewhat annoying. Okay, I am now further away by time than I was before because we are having the power problem due to being too far from Norvis orbit. Too far from Calidus, sorry. I could pull up a couple of these tanks. Put some extra. Pull up these two tanks specifically and put some extra power things in. because I do have 20 of them in my inventory. I could potentially empty this into here or into here, put down quite a lot more. Yeah, let's do that. Have I got room to put this down? Oh, or I could just fall out of my spaceship. That's good too. Okay, I'll put a little row of chests along there and do an inventory dump. That'll probably do actually. No, it won't actually. Let's get rid of everything except those which I need and those which I need in case I fall out of the spaceship again. Then I can go everything from in here goes in here, except for, as I said, that and that. Everything from in here goes in here once again, except for that and that. Right, so I can now pull up that, and now I can work out, and I can pick up these again, and then put down some more solar panels, and we'll go a little bit faster. There we go. It makes this ship a little bit less capable of carrying supplies, but it's going to make a big difference to the amount of power we've got to play with. It's still not enough, but it's significantly bigger not enough than it was before. Oh, that was my accumulators discharging, presumably. So we got down to that little power, and now we're back up to there. Oh, no, I take it back. That gradual decline there was getting further and further away from Calidus, so it dropped off as we're using the power up, as we're getting further away. And then I put in some extra solar panels, so we're back up to here again, and we're almost back down to where we were before. So it's helped, but not a huge amount. I might switch which ship I use to get back again. So you're saying naquim energy data. Oh, one naquim. Actually, that might be worthwhile just for the savings in naquim ingots, actually. And I have been saying that I'm going to upgrade for quite a long time now, and I really do mean to, and I want to upgrade because it's a bit silly being on a really old version like this. So yeah, I do want to upgrade, but yes, power, and well, power, because I put down 5 of them, I think. It's helped a lot, even if it's still a bit slow, and we've still got a lot less power than we actually need. In fact, if looking at the power usage graph again, yeah, the ion engines were using the full, well, all of this when I set off, and in fact pulling from the accumulators as well. Wow, so we are down to like 10% of the amount of power they really want. That's kind of horrific. This ship is not really designed to go this far out, but it's good enough. Right, okay, so let's see if I put this... Oh, if I put this over here... Yeah, there we go. Because I think that mark there is to line up with this pipe here. Can I land across a shield without getting damaged? I don't know. Let's find out. No, energy shield is in the way. Okay. Well, at least it didn't damage the ship. So I can put it here. They're probably... That pipe won't be long enough, but I can now just do that and that. Now I need to keep an eye on this one and not let this unload too far so I can't get this ship back and I have the opposite problem immediately. So let's let this get down to about 10. That'll do. That should now be enough for this to get back. Now this, I know this uses it up a bit more quickly, but we used like 1,000 getting out this far, so I reckon this can probably get back on what it's got. So I'm now going to switch ships because I'm impatient, basically. And the Donut is a much faster ship. So if I get onto this one instead and tell this to go to Norvis orbit, we'll get there a lot sooner. So I'll show you what I mean. So I want you to go to Norvis orbit. Go. I want you to go to Norvis orbit. Go. And I'll just leave a little patch behind, I suppose. Why are you not firing? There we go. Just need the fuel to percolate through a little bit, I guess. And where are we? We're down here. Yes. Yeah. So the donut has already passed the bagel. That's a weird sentence. And now now head back again and start playing around with things. So yeah, going through the patch notes, making a list of the changes I need to make is all very well, and that's sort of what I did before when I had the previous upgrade, the one that caused me some problems in the past. It's just knowing where all the places are that you need to make those changes that's difficult when it's a fundamental recipe like basic electric motors. Um, I think none of the changes since then have been quite so fundamental. The one that worries me most overall really is the having to is this I'm going to have to protect Tulip from biters because they're going to they're going to find their way there in asteroids. Yeah, it would be quite nice if the ships could say, "Oh, I'm going to need so much fuel to get there," and be able to tell you how much you need to worry. Ooh, 100 messages today. Oh no, yeah, 100 messages today on in chat apparently. Although some of those are were on YouTube, so they don't really count. I have not addressed the ion stream fueling problem. That's something I'm going to do when this ship gets back to Norvis orbit. I shall land. I shall put it somewhere. I'll add a clamp to it and land somewhere so that somewhere sensible so that it'll be able to refuel. So yeah, your tulip. Yeah, you see that's all very well. My tulip, you see yours is really compact and tidy. Um, my tulip, because I didn't have any sort of threat level when I was there, kind of looks like this. There was no reason not to just sort of sprawl out. So I went out and I got oil from over here. I've got my Vitamelange coming from here. I've got my initial processing facility down here. And then when I came in to upgrade everything, I thought, well, I'll put the new processing facility over here because there's loads of space. Bomph. Um, and haven't bothered to sort of just haven't bothered to try and think about defensibility because I haven't needed to. So yeah, I'd need to have a massive wall going from about here, maybe across, probably across here, and down here, and then maybe down here and abandon that oil plant mine, and across here, and or no, across here probably, and then up like that. It's a big area to defend, which is why I've been a bit sort of a bit concerned about it. Yeah, actually that's a good point, Rob. I could just yes, I could put in a sort of a wall of laser turrets across here and here, and or just look at where the worst pollution is, and just put and put a scattering of laser turrets around all the sort of the choke points. And then whenever they get attacked, then yes, I could just go over there and glaive them. That's probably what I would do. Um, and the other possibility is to go in and hit it with the plague rocket, which I haven't researched yet, but I could research. I could go and hit it with this. Um, but again, I don't know. I haven't plagued anywhere yet, and it just feels a bit. I don't know. I don't really want to somehow. Oh right. Oh no. Okay, I can't do that then because I'd lose all the vitamin balance. I suppose that's a way to force you to have to deal with biters, which maybe is a thing it's trying to do. But yeah, if I put a string of laser turrets across here and maybe down here, maybe put some inside in this sort of just around here, just in case anything gets through. A little ring of them around here and some over here. Then hopefully I'll get a warning that something's being destroyed, and I can go out there and investigate and as you say, I can just glaive them and glaive them into oblivion. So yeah, that's probably going to be what I'll end up having to do. The other thing I'll do before I do that is put in quite a lot more of these, because as you can see, this isn't enough. You can tell because they're all charging up. So yeah. Oh, it's a good point. I am getting all of my. I'm getting all of my Vitamelange from core mining at the moment. So yeah, I suppose that is a possibility. Um, I've got some coming in by. I mean, it can turn off that. Can't see what I'm doing. It can come in by train as well, which it does down here. Oh, I should take it back. It's not all coming in by. I need some balance. I need a balancer in here to make sure it goes both ways. No, actually, that said, hmm, I'm not quite producing enough from core mining in order to get in order to get enough through. I am still using a bit from the mines around the planet. So yeah, that's not... It's an option, but it's not an ideal option. Oh, that's worth knowing. Yeah, if it completely wrecked it, that'd be horrific if you did that, then, wouldn't it? And then you then had to go off to another Vitamelange planet. Do I have another Vitamelange planet? I do, but it's in orbit around a different sun. Yeah. Thank you for the warning. I shall not do that. I suppose it sort of makes sense because in a way it's trying to cheat to get round the things the game's trying to stop you from doing. So it makes sense that it would stop you from doing. Where shall I park this ship? I want it to be somewhere around here because this is where there's a supply of the well, it's one of the places where there's a supply of the ion stream. It can't be here obviously because that's where the other ship parks. Could be over here, and I'd finagle it around like this. It could be over here and bring a pipe across this way. That would work. I do have ion stream in other places, like up here. To be honest, parking it over here probably makes more sense. Could put it in here. This is a reasonably nice place. What I'm going to do before I do that is this and put in a clamp here so that I can make sure I put it in a clampable position. There they are. Clamp. Which I already can't because I can't put the clamp on the spaceship. That's annoying. Oh, I could put it up there. Clamp totally counts as outside of ship parts, doesn't it? So I can put, yeah, put that there. Are we now still integral? Yes. I'm glad it doesn't differentiate between walls and clamps. Yes, that was a maths joke. Yes, I am sorry. There we go. Yes, now we're getting the double jump each time I try and put it somewhere. Okay, excellent. So let's land here. Plump. Oh, that's interesting. So the shields don't affect other things like that. That's good to know. So I'll need to put that there, and then I'll need to replace this with whatever sort of pipe it is that goes. So yeah, sure, whatever. There we go. We can now fill that up as well. In fact, let's not that one. That's not what I meant to do. I wanted that 5 to be there, but I wanted to put in a pump there, like that. Okay, and that's going to be probably powered by the ship. Yes, it is. So if either of these ships turn up, that pump will run and it'll pump stuff out to them. That's good. I think nonetheless, I'm going to put one of these here as well. Just in case I end up parking the ship further away and trying to rely on this pipe for fuel for it. Okay, so there we go. That's now got a place to land. Somewhere safe. Right, and now where's my list of clamp numbers so I can link this up properly? Doopy-doopy-doo. This is going to be 16. 16 is the donut, which I can't apparently can't spell. So you are going to be clamp number 16. What was 6? Oh, 6 was spaceship construction, apparently. Okay. You're 1. Okay, that's fine. So what I need to do is put in a constant combinator here that says link that number 1 to that, no, that 16. And also, actually, let's not bother with this. Yeah, let's put in a speed in to get a speed control here because might as well. And then we'll hook that up to there. And then the ship will always land here and always get refueled with this stuff. Now it won't get recooked. That's the thing. I'm going to have to do it sort of carefully. I'm gonna have to keep, yeah, I'm gonna still have to keep an eye on this, but at least this one I can beam to it wherever it is. Yes, it'll be slow and inefficient, but in an emergency I can always just warm it up, even if it's a blooming miles away. Right. Um, Yeah, so I've got and Tulip also has a 0% threat, which is why I went there in the first place. It seemed like a good one to just to colonize. In fact, everywhere I've colonized has been a 0% threat, except Girofen, which was a 1 or 2% threat and had no biters on it when I got there. So it's been I've been being pretty careful and safe and so on about the way I do the way I do all of that. Um, and so yeah, it's been a nice safe place. I haven't had to worry about biters on it, and I just need to go out and I reckon I just need to go out and put a few more guns in it, and it'll probably be safe. So yeah. Yeah, if it was a 0% and you've had asteroids land, sorry, meteors land, and it's become bitery, then yes, I think deleting the surface and recolonize and then colonizing it again would be the way to go. It feels slightly cheaty, but it's probably a good way to do it. Um, Yeah. So if you start after the change, does that mean you can't get a 0% threat biter, a 0% threat Vitamelange planet? Is that what it means? Oh, and I've just noticed somebody else has subscribed. I'm just trying to find. Oh, it was Tristan. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. That's two subscribers. Going well, going well. Yeah, the reheating the receivers is a bit of a problem as far as I can tell. The way I've come up with for dealing with it for the automated ships is to have is to have the ship land here and have the beamer always firing at this point. So whenever the ship lands, I was gesturing with my hand there. That's completely useless. Maybe I should turn my webcam on. Yeah, it's just having a beam fired here. So whenever the ship lands, it gets warmed up again, and I think that should work. I don't see any problem with that, but it's Oh, so yeah, you could store steam on the ship. Yeah. I don't know how much power it takes, and because I'm using the thing at the other end I'm using the heat when it gets to the other end to charge up the steam tanks at that end. I'd need a lot of steam stored on the ship in order to fill them up as well. So, yeah. I don't. It's an interesting thought though. I don't know. I don't know how much steam it's going through, getting through on the way over there. Hmm. I don't know. Um. Material testing packs. Yeah, material testing packs. I get through quite a lot of them. I'm just building material testing packs. I'm just building in the material science area. Yeah, here. So I've got an area here that just brings all the stuff in, builds them all up. I was building them separately and then transporting them by train because you need them in multiple places. But I discovered I was getting through them so fast that the trains were constantly bringing them in because they only stack up to about two or something ridiculous. So it's much better to bring all the stuff in and like that. I reckoned. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to have the automated ships be powered up automatically by having a beam hitting them when they're parked, um, and then just not worrying about and then for my personal one, in theory, I should have a look at it every time before I set off and go, no, it's still over 9,000. That's okay then, and these are still at 13,000. That's not very good. I've clearly sucked the ion stream system dry. Where does the ion stream come from for all of this? No, really, where does it come from? I've got lots and lots of things using it, but I don't know where it's being produced. Mhm. Uh, what? That's interesting. Oh, it comes from here, this station. Right. Why have you not got any? You say -10. Okay, good. Why is there none coming from over here? I think where it comes from. Yes, this is completely full. Why are you not bringing it over then? So you think you've got 49,000. You're on network one. You're providing as long as you've got at least 25,000. So that's good. over here. Over here we have same sort of thing. Provided 50 million. Request at 1. It's got minus 10,000, so that should be requesting. If I run out of trains, where are all my fluid trains? I did get a warning earlier saying there were no fluid trains available stuff, and I just ignored it because that happens from time to time. Are they all... Bloody hell's going on? Oh dear. Well, I know where all my fluid trains have gone then. Oh, for goodness sake. What is going on down here, and why is this requesting so much? Vita, whatever this is. So it's connected to all the chests. It thinks it's got 100. That's presumably... Goodness sake. How high does this stuff stacks to 50? So that should probably not be 2,000. It should be just about 200. Oh, it's probably because I came in and botched this together as a... This used to be a pickup station. I botched it together as a drop-off. Network 1, provide at 50,000, so it never will. Yeah, okay. It's got quite a lot in these trains. Oh, there we go. That's the problem. So yeah, 2,000 is probably perfectly acceptable for that. Let's make it 600. Okay, there we go. That's going to sort the problem out. There'll be enough. There's enough buffer in these easily. It's because this used to be a pickup station before I started making it on Tulip, and now it's a drop-off station. So I forgot to go in and reprogram the chests. Okay, I'm happier now that that's sorted. Now, where are all these fluid trains going? Or oh, they've all just dropped stuff off and they're trying to head back to the depot. Yes. Okay, that's all right then. Right, I've gone in with my virtual toilet plunger and fixed that problem. Let's put a train limit of 1 on that station as well, just because it's a good idea. Train length, train limit 1. Right, let's see. Questions. Yeah, and I could bring the testing packs up by rocket. In fact, if I did bring them up by rocket, I could bring them up by rocket and land them here. That'd be quite neat, and just dump them into the system, and that would allow me to use the productivity modules on them. So that would be quite nice. I'm probably not going to bother because, to be honest, these are all pretty cheap resources. I don't feel too bad about using them all up. And actually, thinking about it, the number of extra rocket launches you'd need in order to bring up all the things in as these things, because they only stack up to 10 or so compared to these, which stack up to 50 or 100. I'm not sure whether it'd be cheaper. All right, so rocket the moat. How big is Tulip? Tulip is about this big. It's flower. It is 2,400, so it's pretty small. Have I found an edge of Tulip? I wouldn't be surprised. No, I've not found an edge yet, actually. So it's a pretty small planet, but not absolutely. Sorry, it's not even a planet. It's a moon, but it's not minuscule like Asalia, which is 900. Oh, it's shown in the column here. So yeah, it's pretty small, but not the smallest. Yeah, test a starship steamer spaceship would be entertaining. The problem with that, though, assuming you use the condenser turbines, is that you'd end up with you'd have to put a lot of fluid tanks on it. Some of them to hold the steam, and then some of them to hold the water that would be produced by the steam system. And the alternative, I suppose, is that you use a non-condensing turbine, but then you'd end up with an incredibly humid starship, and nobody wants that. Station left end, yep, did that. Train limit may well not help. But it made it, yeah. But I went in and I fixed all the numbers, and I fixed the chest as well, so that will actually fix it. The train limit was just a sort of a nice to have. So now we should be getting regular deliveries of this stuff, ion stream, and we should be able to fill all the ships back up again. In fact, we've had one come in clearly, and it's more or less filled it all up. So yeah, we're doing pretty well there. Land. There we go. Oh, true. Yes, if you use the high temperature turbine, which you'd want to because it's more effective, then yes, you'd end up with a load of water from that. So you'd need a ship with a lot of a lot of tanks on it, and at that point you'd start to run out of spaceship and hull integrity in order to fit everything in. So yeah, I like my current design. Well, hurry back. I need all the viewers I can get. Yes, that's a good point. There's a lot of stuff being produced by the recycling down here. Lots of copper and iron and stone. So a lot of that will get eaten up. So it's mostly plastic that's being brought up for those probably potentially. Especially when you then smack a train into one and get 4,000 scrap out to play with. Now, it's just occurred to me, if I have a look, I'm going to have a look around. I was going to say I'm going to have a look around all of my science labs and make sure they're all running. And I've immediately looked at this one and it's not. So I think it's probably going to be a good idea for me to go and this one, and this one. In fact, these have all failed. What's going on? What's going on up here? Why? Why is there no biological science being done? This is probably a good thing to check up on, just to make sure that things are running, because it's been a little while now, and so I should have massive quantities of everything. Any shortfalls should have been fixed. So it's a bit concerning to go over here and go, oh hey, I'm still really really short on. It's probably going to be chemical gel or something. No, it's no, biosludge should be being made here as well. Well, it would be if there's any biomass. Oh, what? Okay, no, we do have sufficient biosludge. Okay, so that isn't actually a problem because that's just a top up. So let's trace it backwards because that makes more sense. So here's where the genetic data should be being met. Data cards? What? They should that shouldn't be a problem. Given that I've not done any science for about a month. Now it's obviously going to be the blank data cards aren't up here for some godforsaken reason. Okay. Is there a problem down on Norvis with the production of them? No. We've made enough that the spaceship said, no thank you, I'm full. Or at least I'm not hungry anymore, I've got enough data cards. Oh, but there isn't enough stuff in general to fill up an entire spaceship, so it hasn't taken off. Ah. Maybe I should raise the number of these substrates to be enough to fill an entire spaceship, so we're guaranteed never to run out of them. That could be a nice idea, couldn't it? Let's do that. Raise it even high, the number we're requesting even higher because that's caused it to fail. What? It should be in here somewhere, surely. None of these combinators have substrates in them. Am I demanding them somewhere else? That's an interesting idea. Yeah, that could work quite well. But I'm sort of curious as to what... Oh, wait, where this door... Where are these? Hang on. How does this even work? Oh, here. Right. Here it is. Right, so... That is more than a full spaceship's worth. So that will mean this will always be requesting... If this has run out, then we will request an entire spaceship full of substrates. I do quite like that idea, actually. I mean, I could, in theory, eventually end up with more substrates up here than I know what to do with, than I have storage space for, but that's pretty unlikely. It's an interesting idea. Is there a convenient corner where Where is it that it stops them? Here. And I like that, as it's a sort of a somewhat silly idea. So let's give it a try. So I want to put in a yellow inserter there, and then yellow belt, because it might as well be like that. Yeah, so they'll always trickle through it gradually. But for now, we just need to fill this up. And they're coming through fairly thick and fast because, well, we produce them at quite a nice rate. And this is one of the sinks for all that glass. And I keep talking about glass because it's something that that is a major thing in my infrastructure, because an enormous amount of it is produced by turning stone and sand into something useful. The stone and sand that are the byproducts from processing all of the raw materials, and then an enormous amount of it, like an entire blue belt's worth, as you can see here. Well, an entire half blue belt's worth, actually. Well, it would be more, but we seem to have a shortage of glass. Oh no, it's just the rate it's being fed in at. Okay. Yeah, so we're turning an entire half blue belt of it into substrate as well. So, yeah, we get through quite a lot of glass. Right, so this will then fill my spaceship up reasonably quickly. That'll launch the... Okay, so that's going to solve all of those problems. I'm not going to go looking for any more problems for now, because they're there's a fairly obvious cause for them. Right, so now I want to have a think about doing a bit of the deep space science, because I've been sort of promising that to myself for about a month now. So let's empty some junk out of my inventory that I don't need and try not to request it all back again immediately. So I don't need any train parts. I don't need a logistics bot. I said, oh, for goodness sake, I don't need any train parts. I am going to need signals. I'm going to need space rails as well. I don't need any spaceship stuff. I actually don't need any power generation stuff at the moment, so I'll get rid of all of that. Where is it? That one. And they'll all be available for me to reclaim them later, of course, because that's how the system works, which is rather nice. Nope, I was going to keep some of those. Let's get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Now, a lot of this stuff is just going to go into the logistic storage system, and I'm probably going to end up having to tidy it up later, but I do want to at least tidy up some of this nonsense that I've got in my inventory. Get rid of all of those. Don't need that many of them. Or of them. Or of them. That. Or that. I'm not building any spaceships. Actually, no, keep those. I keep finding them useful. I don't need concrete. I really don't. What else do I not need? I don't need that many stations. I do need that much rail. I don't need any ground rail for this. I probably do, I'll hang on to the pylons. I don't need that many tanks. I don't need any ground pipes or ground belts for that matter. Oh no, I do need space belts. I don't need underground. No, not that one. Stop making me misclick. Don't need that. Don't need that or that. I'm probably going to want those at some point. Let's get rid of the big chests, because I don't use them very often for much around here. Okay, that's tidied things up a bit. I think that's probably good. I'll let the bots come over and take all this stuff away. And I'm going to need a lot more of this, because I always do. Okay, that's about 5,000, I think. That should keep me going for a little while. So, what do I need to actually make this deep space science? So I need to do it. Space manufacturers, fine. EM facility and a mechanical facility. So let's get some of each of those. EM facility is that one. Yeah, 5 of those. And mechanical facility, the red one, that one. 5 of those. Got the big pylons. Right, I need to get the nanomaterials. Oh, actually, while I'm here, I don't want to leave. Goes to that pylon? Yes. So I'll keep the ship here for now, because one of the other things I need to do for this is get this unloading. So we're going to need some of this over here. I'll leave a gap in there for now while I think about where it goes, but I want that to just unload. There we go. Right, and that'll come down to one of these stations down here. So I'm going to put it in this one because it's close and convenient. Now, I need to put some sort of limit system on the other end. Oh yeah, the nat caller probably needs. Well, it's still at 9,600. How is Giroffin doing? How toasty are you? Oh, that's hot. Yeah, all right. Yeah, might as well do that. It's good shout because that's this way. If I do it now, then I won't forget. So, Norvis orbit there, and these things store an incredible amount of power. So you see, it's been going back and forth for without running out. So yeah. It was the energy one, so I guess maybe I'll try and prioritize that one as the lowest one. That's the one that's changed since the update. Hi Foster, welcome to the stream. Yes, playing space. What would I bring over to vanilla? That's a good question. I mean, because I don't really want to just say well everything. The thing is, it's so. I'm not going to say so. Well, I want to say so different. There's so much more in it that it's just. I mean, in a way, I'd say all of it, because most of the stuff in space exploration is kind of an expansion pack for vanilla, because the initial part of the game, until you get off the ground on Norvis, is not exactly the same, but it's very, very similar. There are a few extra complexities added, but essentially it's more or less the same system. So I'd say it's almost when there's until you get so yeah, I think space exploration is excellent as a sort of an extension of the standard Factorio experience, because it is just the same sort of it's just more of the same sort of thing. I accept that's probably not quite the answer you're looking for. I didn't mean to go that far up there. Never mind. So I think it's not that there's specific features in the pack that I would say, hey, yes, this is an excellent feature it should be brought over to vanilla. It's more that this is how I feel that vanilla should continue after after you've completed it. That should be a transmitter, not a receiver. Yeah, so I'd say everything in it is just sort of is an expansion of what makes Factorio great. Because once you finish doing the normal sort of playthrough you do on Norvis in a normal run, instead of then just going, well, what else is there to do? I might as well try and make a mega base. You think, well, I've got all of this. It gives you extra stuff to do basically. Like you can then go off into space. There are new sciences to do. There's new planets to explore and so on. So I think the whole thing makes just a sort of fantastic continuation on, rather than just making the base game harder. So lots of the mod packs like Angel Bob's or Industrial Revolution, they change everything from the very start onwards. So yeah, once you've completed, that's great. You've got lots and lots of extra stuff to play with. Sure. Let's just have that much. But one of the things that space exploration does is it gives you an initial relatively normal game. So even Factorio beginners could start with it, and then it just carries on and carries on building. So it does get more and more complicated, but it doesn't drop you in at the deep end in quite the same way. I mean, I think that's quite nice. Deep space from Norbit. I'll have to check that later, just so I get it right. So other people, Voshta, you're in on YouTube. Most of the people who are watching the stream are on Twitch, so you won't see the comments they're making. Um, but um, yeah, they're suggesting that having some of the way that beacons work in space exploration is better. The big difference there is that you can only have one beacon affecting a building, or the building shuts down and stops working. Whereas in vanilla, you can have as many as you like. So as Tristan put it, you're trying to fit as many buildings around a beacon rather than trying to fit as many beacons around a building. So it sort of reverses that and it gives a sort of slightly different way to think about it. And in return, you get beacons that you can put like 15 different modules in, so it goes much faster. You also get much more powerful modules available as well, so that's quite nice too. How many of these are we going to get? 500, 1,200, 3,000. Okay, so if let's put in minus 2,000. No, minus 3. Yeah, if I put minus 2,000 in here, of these, and then I can make the other end only run when there's an actual need for them. Yes, that's true. We've had, yeah. Sorry, I take it back. There's been multiple people have said the beacon thing. So there's yeah, but I think the beacon changes are certainly interesting, and yeah, the sort of the standard builds you start to get in late game Factorio are a little bland, perhaps. Actually, let's not limit these chests. I'm going to do the limiting at the other end. What? I just picked up all of the. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do a copy paste, not to pick up from everything. Right. What was I saying? Yeah, so a lot of the vanilla Factorio builds end up just being a massive sea of beacons with occasional buildings scattered amongst them, and that looks a little bit silly. Whereas this one, when you beacon an area up, it looks more like, I don't know, where have I beaconed around here? I think I did some beacons. Yeah, see, there you go. We've got one beacon here, but as you can see, it's got lots and lots of modules in it, and that's affecting all of these machines. So it affects a significant area around it, so it makes it a bit more they're a bit more powerful, but they're not ridiculously overpowered because you can only have one of them affecting each building. Yes, there's all kinds of maths into the production of modules because modules become incredibly expensive. So because it requires 3 modules of the previous generation, previous tier, to make 3 modules of the next tier, you end up with things like this, where in order to make one, is that a tier 7 module at the end? No, it's a tier. That's a tier 5. Um, in order to make a tier 5 module, you need 3 tier 4s, so you need 9 tier 3s, so you need 27 tier 2s. No, I think I've got the numbers wrong here. But anyway, you need absolutely crazy numbers of inputs to make the module the higher tier modules. It gets absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, they are incredibly expensive, but then they're incredibly powerful. I've got over here in my science area, all the way over here. In this beacon here, I've got 2 tier 9 speed modules, and they give you a plus 100% speed boost. So a single one of those will make a machine run twice as fast, as compared to a normal tier 3 module, which gives you a 40% speed boost. Yeah, sure, it uses 5 times as much energy and produces a little bit more pollution, but they're pretty powerful. And then over here in my science labs, I've got the tier 6 productivity modules, which, yeah, sure, they could cause a 140% energy consumption boost, but you get an extra 14% productivity for each one, as opposed to the tier 3s, which you get. Sorry, what? I'm looking at the wrong one. This one, I put a couple of tier 6s in. Sorry, there you go. Huh? Right, so yeah, you get 14% instead of 8%. There we go. That's what I'm trying to look at. Mark II wide beacons. That's a good question. It's one of the deep space ones, I think. Yes, there we go. I need deep space 2 for that. And that'll allow me to shove 20 modules in each one. So that's a bit crazy, and covers an even bigger area. So those are going to be ludicrous. Blimey. Yeah, I'm quite proud of my science sushi. It is genuinely delicious. Although I should probably go over and put some more higher tier productivity modules in there. Actually, now I think of it. Um, right, so that's slurped up all of that. I now need to go back out to Realm of Shadows. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, there's something. Yes, the other thing I need to do out there was boost the product. No, the change it to start doing the next level of where am I going? The next level of the processing over there as well. So that's going to be a thing to do. Um, hmm. I think I've. Let's program that up now. Does it actually show the raw amount? I don't think it does particularly usefully. Here we go. Um, oh yeah, 45,000 copper. Yes, you're quite right. It does. I was thinking there'd be, but also there's enormous amounts more copper than that because if you look, there's the 81. What do you call it? Productive. No. What are those things? Machine learning data, and then all of the various different levels of the material science pack. So massive more of the of copper required than even than that. But yes, literally at least 45,000 copper plus 2,500 blue circuits, and there's countless thousands of copper going into each blue circuit as well. So yeah, they're kind of pricey. Same with the only a mere 15,000 for this one, but then there's a lot of other stuff in there. Oh, but that's actually it's only a tier 7. And that's not. I haven't even unlocked tier 9 yet. So this isn't even the final the final tier. So it's going to be at least 150,000 copper to produce one tier 9 speed module or efficiency module or presumably productivity module. That is crazy. That's a lot of stuff. Um, right. So I was thinking about science, but yes, doing some science. So I've parked this ship for now because we do have a decent chunk of we've got 2.7 thousand naquim there, and we've got another 12,000 naquitite in these warehouses. So that's enough to keep things going for a little while. So until I've had a chance to go out and oh, actually no, I could do this remotely. Let's have a look at Realm here. I want to link this to a receiver that I'm going to put in at some point. I'm not going to be able to place that, which means I'm not going to be able to... Oh, I could... what I could do for now is just do that, and then that can't go to there yet because there's no pylon there yet. But eventually that'll go there. But that will stop this belt flowing, and it'll mean I won't bring out ridiculous quantities of this stuff. Which will hopefully mean this should stop. Yeah, this... So... The satellite rockets in space exploration will still launch even if their output slots are full, and you just end up wasting a load of stuff. I guess what I need to do is link that to there via anything. Right. There we go. That was a dirty, dirty hack, but it'll work. Right, and I want you to only run when... Oh, let's just put anything is everything equals 0. Right, so this will only run when there's none of the science cards on here. So this means this will probably not run... Oh, this needs to be a read belt contents hold. There we go. So this means this inserter won't run when there's anything here. So this system should shut down until this starts to flow, and we won't have that risk. Okay. I'm quite pleased with that dirty hack as well, with it just bouncing off the belt there because I didn't have any pylons to extend the cable with. Right, so now that's sorted, I have to climb out of this post here. And that means I can set that I can set my spaceship running again, so I can just make sure I don't run out of naquitite. So I want to put in a cable, a red cable that goes from here to here. I don't know why these cross over. It's probably because I'm a muppet, but yeah, it'd be nicer if they didn't, but never mind. Right. So I need to have a facility for producing deep space science. So the way I've been doing this, as you can see from here, is I've got my whole sort of my landing area over here. Ignore this bit because it's a mess. I've got and then I've got the train splitting off this sort of central thing. Now it's a little bit of a mess in here because I've tried to cobble it into systems I already had. But the theory is we've got this backbone that goes all the way along the base like this, and eventually sort of comes back. That's actually more or less back in line of where it should be. And then we have little spurs coming off either side, a bit like the International Space Station with its modules and its solar panels coming off either side. So we've got them along here. We've got one for doing energy science and astroscience and rocket science and material science and bioscience and actual science. And then here we've got this one for sending out probes to the various places that require them. And then so down here, I'll put in another spur of track, and that could be where we'll do deep space science. Nice. So I just need to fly over there. Actually, I need to get a bit more space rail before I go. Am I still making that here? Yes, I am. Excellent. 700 in total? Probably enough. We'll see. It's a long flight over to the other side of the base, but still, never mind. I'll get there eventually. And I am actually faster than trains now. That's quite nice. Although, admittedly, these trains are all burning. I think these trains might be burning vulcanite actually as their fuel supply. I can't remember. Oh, I've got a few signals to lay as well. That'll be good. Oh, I have got a few signals to lay, but I haven't got enough. I didn't bring enough with me. Oh well. Right, so let's run this down here now. This is going to need to go a long way. Right, how far's that gone compared to the others? Not much. Well, not all the way. It's gone about halfway, but never mind. Right. Okay, so if some of the latest deep space sciences need other sciences cards, then I'll just have to transport them across. So I mean, the whole system over here is it's very very LTN heavy, as you can tell. Everything is transported around by trains. So basically, what I'll do in that case is, if for example I require these data cards, then I'll split them off here. I'll have another station over here somewhere where they can be picked up and transported over. It's a minor annoyance, but it's not the end of the world. These things should all be okay. Right, so I'm going to need a cooling area because you always do, and I'm going to need a drop-off area for all of the inputs because you always do, and I'm going to need power because that's again you always do. So I'm going to copy this whole area here and go yes, that'll do nicely. I need the tiles. That train stop is for the coolant, so that's fine. I can leave all of that as is. This one down here is for supplies, so I need to get rid of the light on that one to unlink it. So that will stop me from... Did I get the light on there? I think I did. That'll stop me from ordering a load of stuff I don't want. So, now we'll take this. You know what, let's line it up, because why not? Put that there. I heard a thump sound, so let's go down and make sure that's happened. Where am I? I've drifted a bit. Okay. And then we can start putting this down. Now, this isn't going to be the best way to do this. Let's do this slightly more effectively and efficiently. And we'll use the bots for the bits that bots are better than me at, and try and use me for the bits that I'm better at than the bots. Like, basically, I'll do the bits that I'll do the bits that aren't too fiddly. Like putting down massive areas of the what do you call it, space scaffolding. And then the bots can do things that require sort of little individual attention to details like this. Okay, now we paste it in again, like so. Now there's somewhere to put all the bits, like that. And once again, I'll try and do some of the easy bits like this. if the bots will even let me, which they potentially won't. Oh, I'm going to need all of these things. That was something I forgot. Am I running out? Oh, I've run out of power already. Damn it. That was something I was talking about doing, wasn't it? Getting another of the power supply things to go in my armor, because I've got so much space, and some more batteries. Let's see if I can get any more stuff put down. No, all right. Time to go and let's shave another yak. Let's go and make another of the of what are they called? The RTGs. These ones, the RTG Mark II, which requires a lot of stuff. Oh, including some data cards. Let's stop off at the energy science and get those. Are you energy science? Yes, perfect. Right. So what did I need for that? It was the radiation and atomic. Well, there's radiation. Why don't you have any? Oh, because you're... yeah. Except that. I want some of that. Radiation. So where does atomic happen? Maybe... which tier are you? You are tier 1. Okay, so it's going to be further up then. Is that atomic? Yes. Okay, it's got 4 of each of those. That's going to be a bit more than I need, but never mind. Everything else is stuff I just have over here, I think. Yes. Oops. I always end up flying into the side of spaceships like that. It's quite annoying. Can I make one in these? Yes. Oh, and it requires the RTG1 as well. Okay. If I put that there, then I can feed them both off the same blue chest. RTG1, 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 there we go. Also, holmium solenoids and the things I've just picked up. Right, so we need some holmium solenoids. Hopefully there's some of them still in stock. I mean, these are things that I build sort of... I've now put onto the various bus things further down, but I don't think I need enough of these for it to be worth putting them onto a... Yeah, that's fine. For it to be worth making... I don't need to make RTG2s on the bus, basically, is what I'm saying. I mean, perhaps if I was going to be powering lots and lots of Spidertrons with them, then it would make more sense, but I'm not convinced that's necessary. Okay, we need enormous quantities of some of this stuff. I know I don't normally like these being big numbers, but in this case, I just want to build this thing fairly quickly. So let's have lots of bots, bring all the stuff over, get them built up quickly, and then I can just dump that back into the logistics network for next time I want stuff like that. In fact, let's grab that. You can have those and those. There we go, that'll help a little bit. So we've still not even got the first RTG. Oh, there's the first RTG1. We've got everything else we need in here, though, so that's doing well. We're now just waiting for this one to have all the bits and pieces it needs. It's mostly low-density structures. $290,000 copper to make a tier 9 productivity module. Is that when you look at the thing in here to say how much do you, when you look at that, it says 290? No, it can't be, because that must be including all of the other stuff that's required to make it. You've looked somewhere sensible. Okay. Yeah, you'd need a productivity 9 copper cable assembler in order to make it worthwhile to make the productivity 9 module. Oh dear, I've gone cross-eyed. 3, nearly there. How many of these have I got room for in my armor? I could grab another 2. Some of these battery Mark IIs would be nice as well. What do they need? Personal battery Mark II. Oh, not a great deal. Yeah, let's make a couple of them as well. Oh, that's in the way. Oh, let me actually put that there and that one there, then it's not in the way. Personal battery Mark 1, personal battery Mark 2. Wait, got that wrong. That doesn't work. Damn it, I can't put it, I can't get it in the right place. I'll just transfer them across manually, I suppose. It takes 10 of those, doesn't it? Yes, 10, so it's going to be a while. What do we need here? We also need batteries and steel. Okay. Batteries, and steel. No steel is in here because it's a resource. There we go. Yeah, you can take it down to 60, but yeah, there's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem going on here, I feel. Right, so pull up those, and then take those, and then pull up that and that. No, not into my own inventory, you stupid bots. Oh, for goodness sake. Take all that back. I don't want any of that. Right. How are we doing here? 1. Good work. Still, I can now whack those two RTGs in here like that. I'll put that one in this box to get rid of it. There we go. I should now charge up really, really quickly. And I'm going to put some more batteries in across here just to get that charging up a bit more quickly as well. I've probably got just about enough jetpacks now. I do move fairly quickly, I reckon. So I'll leave that alone. 4. Oh, come on. Be faster. I may be a little bit impatient sometimes. But who's counting? There we go. Yeah, my batteries have run out a few too many times while I've been doing bot heavy stuff. I don't want that to happen again. So I'm going to sort of seriously increase the amount of power capacity amount of power I can carry. Seriously increase the amount of power I can generate. Just generally get this sorted out. Let's put that there. I mean, not it really matters actually. They're all the 2x2s all for. Actually, no, it should be down here just in case I decide I want to yet another RTG. Yeah, true. Yeah, there's a lot of. It's not. I'm not going to say diminishing returns with productivity modules. What? What? How is? Oh, it must have just been a. I haven't put any. Oh, damn it! I didn't put any meteorite defenses on gear off, and one has fallen on a spaceship of all bloody places, and wrecked the trains in it as well. Oh, for goodness sake! Hang on, wait, what? What? I don't understand. It hit the top area, which sure could destroy the bits of trains that were there. Oh, no, that doesn't make any sense. How are there 2 wagons full of on each side full of stuff down here? Did this take off from Norvis when it shouldn't have done? Are there some... Where am I looking? Yeah, there are some... It took off from Norvis somehow when the... Huh? That shouldn't have happened. Oh dear. Also, why have these sort of... Oh, they've collided because they're in manual. They're put into manual mode because they picked up damage. Oh, that's really annoying on 2 different levels. Yeah, so it's oh, where's my to-do list? I need to write all this down, and I'm running out of space on this page. I'm going to need to start a new to-do list. That's a good sign, isn't it? Okay. Gear off and ship taking off too soon. Gear off and meteor defense. No doubt other things as well. That's really, really annoying. I'll have to go out and fix all of that everywhere. I need to get meteor defense ammo out to gear often as well, which is kind of annoying, and load these guns. But that's the comparatively easy part. Okay, let's sort this out first. Oh god, that's got a bit carried away while I wasn't looking. Stop, 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 stop. Just no. What nonsense have I just picked up from here? That and that again somehow. Most of the rest of it looks okay. I'm not too fussed about the rest. Okay, how are you doing? That's probably enough batteries. That's probably enough batteries. Get rid of those as well. Okay, right. Time to go. Time to go to Norvis. Norvis first. I'm trying to think what. Yeah, I need to go to Norvis to get the gun. Actually, no, there might. Yeah, I need to go to Norvis to get the ammo. And then I probably need to go to Gear Off and then Norvis and then Gear. Yeah, back to Norvis. So it's going to be a multiple step process. Oh, this is not what I need. Okay, so Norvis first to get the guns and the ammo. Gear Offen's blooming miles away as well, so this is going to be a pain. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not too far away. It's just because I went. It's because I went off to other place as well that it seemed quite so bad. All right, let's land here. Right. Now I don't know what to do with these because I don't want them to end up going off to a random other planet. I might have to make a siding for them. And then when I come back from Gear Offen, I'll deal with them then. Where can I even put them? Where is there room to stick these? That's probably enough space. Inside, so there. Okay, so go to unload. Oh, hell. There we go. You go to unload as well. And I'll need to tuck these trains up out of the way once they're empty. Right, there we go. Oh, but there isn't. That track hasn't been placed yet. That is going to get placed, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. Here come the bots. Okay. That was a ridiculous thing to go wrong. I mean, I don't know why that would have happened actually, because they're all programmed. The trains should all be programmed, or whatever should all be programmed. That's going to go the wrong way. Right. Okay, that's that sorted for now. So yeah, the spaceship should have been programmed just from me copying off the yeah, just from me copying the spaceship from the other place. I should have got those trains should have been correct. So I don't know what happened there to cause that to fail. That's a bit weird, and I don't like it. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's just, yeah, it's like with the legs and the blast door. Yes, that's pretty much how I feel about it. 10 is probably overkill, but let's take them all. Let's take them all, because there are other places that are a bit short. Like Tulip needs more. How many is there? 960. Okay, that's probably enough for a good while. That's just a full chest, isn't it? Yeah. But let's take even more. Oh, I'm only getting 4 out of each of these. It's not such a massive increase. Okay, so I'm going to go over and put 8 of these on gear, 8 of the guns on Gear Off, and with a chest just to keep them loaded manually, and probably an alarm next to them. What do you need to make an alarm? It's called a speaker. There it is, speaker. Copper, iron, and bricks. Okay, that's glass. All these things, basically. Right. So I'm going to start anything. I'm going to try and remember whenever I set up anything that's manually loaded, I want to try and set it up to have an alarm system on it. So when it inevitably runs out and fails, it will at least warn me. Right. Step 2, gear often. And I'm going to go to orbit first, just to make sure I've got enough fuel since I'm basically there. No, there shouldn't be there aren't too many trains because there will always be exactly 2 on them when things are working properly. I've got loads of fuel actually. I barely need to come here. So there will always be precisely 2 trains there because each ship will arrive. It will offload 2 trains. It'll pick up 2 trains and then take off again. So there'll always be 2. It's possible that because I've got more of the spaceships doing the core unloading, there's a chance they might end up queuing up in orbit around Norvis. I say orbit. They will end up queuing above Norvis rather than landing properly. But sorry, man. Oh, wait. I need spaceship repair parts before I go off to there. Before I go off to gear often. Yeah, so they may end up queuing in order to unload, but they won't end up with too many trains there. That's definitely not going to happen. Gear off on that one. Right, so what's been wrecked? It's the spaceship thing, this thing, spaceship console, yep, and a laser. What's that? Oh, it's part of the spaceship console. Okay, so spaceship console and a laser have been wrecked. Everything else seems to just be damaged, as far as I can tell. Oh, I can check here, can't I? Gear often, spaceship console, laser, and 2 things that shouldn't have been there in the first place. So that's fine. Okay, so if I get myself a spaceship console like that, what's that? Damaged spaceship console. Okay, one of those, please, and some lasers, weapons, laser turret. Sure, alright, I'll have 50. I might find other places to put them, especially if I go over to Tulip at any point. So I'm trying to remember what the logic was that I used with the okay, that'll do. I'm trying to remember what the logic was that I used for the spaceships taking off. I know taking off from Norvis specifically. It should be if there are 2 trains in the stations and there is no stuff in the trains, then take off. And that should be correct. Yeah. So it shouldn't have taken off if there weren't any trains in the stations, unless obviously I was gonna say unless something's gone wrong. Obviously something's gone wrong, so I need to go over and check out the logic there and make sure that it is actually counting the trains properly and is not doing something weird and stupid. Or maybe oh no, I was gonna say maybe the station settings didn't copy over properly, so it's outputting on a different signal. But then it should just never go anywhere, because it would never find any. It would never think there were any trains. This is a mystery. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at it. Amongst all of this damage that we've got. So down here we've got station. We've got the station saying train outputting train ID as an S. Over here we've got it outputting a train ID as a T. Here we're turning if S is greater than 0, output 1C. Here, if T is greater than 0, output 1C. So if there's a train in both stations, we'll get a C equals 2. Coming up here, into here, and so on. Then here we are monitoring to say if C equals 2, then on 1 tick. If A equals 510, so Norvis, a tick. If core fragments equals 0, a tick. So basically, if the trains aren't there, then the core fragments will be 0, but it won't leave. If there are full trains there, then there'll be trains there, but core fragments will be above 0, so it won't leave. But so it should only be if there are two empty trains, it will get ticks on both of those. Maybe the counter's wrong. Let's check that in a moment. So say if on Norvis 1, if trains 2, if fragments, that's a third thing, and they're all feeding to this, which is saying if 3, then depart for Norvis orbit. So that's correct. There's only these 3 things feeding into that. That one's outputting a signal of 1, which is fair enough. Those 2 are both not, because there aren't enough C's and there aren't enough A's. This looks correct to me. Maybe one of the other ones is triggering. What are we saying here? If A is equal to 511, so if in Norvis orbit, then trigger, but it won't have been in Norvis orbit, it'll have been on Norvis. We've seen the half trains there. Here we're saying if you're fully fueled, if you're on 520, which is here, if you've got 2 trains, and if you've got a decent amount of copper, then go. And that one's watching for 3 as well, which is watching for 1, that one, that one, that one. This one is watching for 2 because it only needs location and fuel, because it doesn't care about the trains. I'm not moving logic outside the spaceship. It's been suggested before, but no. I've got far too much going on with having the logic in the spaceship now. I'm not changing that. And it wouldn't help anyway. You still have all the same problems. Yeah, that looks correct to me. I don't know why that's not worked. I guess I'll fly around with it and try and watch it and see if I can work out what's going on. Oh, we've made it to Girofen. Anchor. Anchor. Fixie. Right, good as new. Apart from this rock that's lying in the middle of my... Oops, spaceship. Yeah, I mean, I could write the logic out, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The one that went wrong was leaving Norvis, and it went to... It's got full fuel, so it clearly went to Norvis orbit. So it was the correct one triggered. This is the one that sent it to Norvis orbit. So the correct thing... So this triggered somehow 3 ticks, and to get its 3 ticks, it needs to have on Norvis 2 trains and no core fragments. And the core fragments have been on there for ages, so that's definitely going to have been long enough for that to tick over to not be passing it through. See, that would have been true because there were 2 trains when it arrived. I could possibly believe that. I don't know. I was going to say, could it be that if the train started moving, if the trains moved out, so this went to 0, but these are a tick behind. That's a point. But it works for all of the other ships. So yeah, the change for C is a tick behind because as the accumulators down here need to register. So you'll get 1 tick earlier, you'll get that flick over. But then in that case, why do all the other ones work? Because they're all exactly the same design at this point. I could pass that through another thing. If I can find room for another combinator. So I could put that there. I could say condition these do contain core fragments, don't they? Yes, they do. Yeah, so there were some core fragments in there when the ship landed. Um, so I could say core fragments. I want a mathematical combinator. Do I have any of those? Arithmetic combinator, sorry. No, I don't. Oh, actually, maybe I can do it with this. If core fragments is greater than 0, then output a F for fragments with the input count. Yes, the train's inventory should be being read by these stations down here. Read train contents. There we go. So the train inventory is being passed out onto the network, and that's what causes the ship to take off. Because we're watching the train contents to see when we've got more than 10,000 copper ore, and that triggers for liftoff from here, which is why the ship is still here. Everything else is actually no, it's not satisfied because I haven't got any trains in. But yeah, so that's we're using essentially it's the same logic here and here. It's just this one is a if it's equal to 0, and this one's an if it's more than 10,000. So I could do that, and then, I mean, this feels silly. And then feed that over to there, and then to tell that to be watching for 0 Fs. Ooh, what? I could put in a negative somewhere and say if... I don't know. I don't like that. That's a dirty hack that shouldn't make any difference, really. Let's put that back. But yeah, it does feel like some reason that didn't get its signal. Maybe that's it. No, that is connected. So we can see, you can tell when I mouse over it, the cables go lighter. So that is going all the way down there. And this has, well, it doesn't have anything on it at the moment because this thing's gone stupid. Yes. So when I think yes, as soon as the logic in Factorio around stations is a little bit funky, unfortunately. But pretty sure, yeah, pretty sure. And it's everything else is lighting up, so I think so. You can see, and I can see the cable goes from here, goes up to here into this thing, which goes onto this pylon, down to this pylon, and then down to the everything else. So, oh yeah, here you go, input signals. It's got lots of input signals, so I think it is connected. I don't know about losing power. It's possible. Power loss is possible. I don't. Yeah. Power loss is a possibility. I don't see anything wrong with this now. I feel like this should work. So I'm going to get in it. I'm going to fly it back to Norvis, and I'm going to reassemble the trains, and then run round the loop in it and see what happens. So let's go to Norvis. I don't seem to have a thing telling. Oh, it's because I didn't trigger one of these. That's why. Actually, no. This should always feed it a speed of 1,000. Don't know why I had to tell it to engage manually. Okay, this is going to take a few minutes to do. I don't see what could be, I don't see how that. Still don't see how this could go wrong. Well, actually, it's not quite true. I can sort of see possibly if either possibly a power blip, or possibly there's the possible issue that when the trains leave, the contents signal changes 1 tick before the actual before the train count tick changes, because the train count has to go through these things. And as you say, as you say, it's not completely instantaneous. But that just makes me go, well, why has it never been a problem before? Because this is a direct copy of so many other ships that are doing the same route. The only difference is the counter in here is watching for a certain amount of copper ore, and that's for takeoff. And the instructions on which planet to go to are different, because it's doing a different route. Oh, okay, right. Placing a new console counts. Yeah, that's fair enough then. I'm sort of okay with that, I guess. That's a mystery. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on there. So that's watch for 510. So on Norvis, 2 trains, core fragments. These are all outputting 1 on the input count. It's not like I've done this, set this one to accidentally output the count thing there or something stupid like that. This one's saying 3 ticks, pass everything through. Yeah, and it all looks right. We'll probably find that I'll run round the loop again, and it'll all work absolutely perfectly, and I'll be none the wiser, and that'll be very, very frustrating. And it's just occurred to me I'm not going to be able to get the trains back round to the front of here to pick these things up without putting some more track down. The trains, when it... Oh, I see. No, they must have been in motion, because they ended up bumping into each other as they came out of the... Oh, that's interesting, Frugal. Right, so... Yeah, if the... Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, if the spaceship takes more than a tick to take off, or more than doesn't check every tick, maybe checks every few hundred ticks or something like that, then that makes a certain amount of sense, and that could explain why this time it just happened to get unlucky. The trains were in motion when it launched, because they bumped into each other on the other side, so they got cut while they were moving, and then just rolled until they stopped through friction. Yeah, so maybe I did just get unlucky with that, as you say. What do you mean I can fix the issue by explaining it word for word from the bottom? I mean, I've gone through trying to rubber duck it a couple of times now, and I've no idea and I can't see any mistakes there. So, what constant combinator at the end? Oh, these carry these signals as to what's supposed to happen next. So, in the case of the one that triggered when it shouldn't have done, it's saying lift off and go to Norvis orbit at as fast as possible, 50,000. So that gets passed through. So this one then says when you get 3 ticks, pass the signal through and launch. That's why that's what's going on there. Now I need to try and get these trains. Oh, these trains are empty. That's fine. I can just pick them up like that. Put them back in down here. Of course, I don't have enough wagons for this. I need another 2 wagons. So let's get those out. And locomotives. Right. So I want to copy the settings from there to there. Get in here. Give it all that coal that the other one had. Oh, I forgot to put in the meteor defences on T'other Planet. Lucky I'm going to be going back there fairly soon, isn't it? What's connect rolling stock? G, there we go. Right, so that train has pulled into there now, as expected. I'm going to miss my spaceship at this rate. I need those to be rebuilt, and then I can put the locomotive on the front and rejoin everything else together. And then hopefully, actually, let's put this one on manual for a moment. Let's put this one on auto going to unload. Alright, there we go. I have a train. Let's give it some fuel, like that. Back in here, like this. Doot, doot, doot. Connect. There we go. Get back out again. Get in the spaceship so I don't get left behind. You. Oh, yes. Copy. Paste. You. Go to core unload. That leaves happily. This one I can put back onto automatic. And it'll now come and get back in the train. So I've not quite simulated it exactly as it would have happened. But you'll notice the ship didn't leave. We'll now try and run round the loop again. So that's working as expected. So yeah, let's have a look. That's an interesting idea. Multi-connecting it to the gates. Yeah, I like that as an idea. I'll have to think about that. Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm interested about that. Landing spaceship automation. Right. Spaceship signal triggers a launch. Destination signals destination. Good. Speed signal fast destination. Speed will not accept those until launch once. Okay, fair enough. Console only changes the input signal every second. So there's a 1 in 60 chance of this happening, perhaps. So it could be that I've just been lucky until now. Because it is only a 1 tick potential error in that. So yeah. What signals do you get out of a gate? Or is it, that just counts as 1 gate, does it? What have I connected to there? Oh, is that... It's the edge of the gate, is it? Right, okay, gotcha. So I connect those... If I connect those to just everything else, what extra signals have I gained here? I don't see any. Oop. But if I now walk down here and open the gate... Ah, right, okay, I need to program it to read sensor. There we go. Output G for gate, fair enough. And you also output G for gate. So, we are outputting no G's. If I go down here so this opens, we have a G. So we can say, yes, if G... Problem is, I'm going to end up with the same sort of thing. Oh, actually, no, I could then put on the input. So take one of these, put it here. If G equals 0, then pass everything through. And then I link that to there, that to there, and unlink that from there. So now, only if the gates are closed, and I should link these, actually I should link these ones up here as well, for completeness. There we go. There we go. So now, this will only take off if the gates are closed, I believe. So if I stand here, we've got a gate open. Stand here. There we go. Output signals. Right. Okay. So if I stand here, the gate is open. We're not outputting anything, so the ship will never take off. Down here, we are refueling. How is the fueling going? We are waiting for 590. We've got 589, so we're practically there. I'll let the fueling go a little bit further. And then as soon as I move away from this gate, the ship should take off. No, output everything. So this is just acting simply in order to keep the latency to the absolute lowest I possibly can. I've got this acting directly on the input to the to the console. So the console will only take inputs from the system in general if all of the gates are closed. So So yeah, I don't. So I think this logic is correct. Badgie Bagel, I don't really program. I mean, I sometimes sort of dabble a little bit, should we say? Mostly sort of scripting with Bash and that sort of thing. So I'm not really a programmer, but it is a thing I sort of play around with a little bit in sort of not really programming, really honest kind of ways. 596, okay. Right, there we go. So I stepped away from there. Gate is closed, and blip, we're on the way again. Okay, so I'm cautiously optimistic that that was the cause of the problems we're seeing. Um, if it is down to just the 1 in 60 chance of it all going horribly wrong like that makes a certain sense. I'm not going to say I'm okay with that because it seems like a rather stupid thing to cause it to break, but but at least it's sort of fixed it now. So yeah, reasonably okay, reasonably happy with that. The trains tried to leave just after the launch signal was on. The trains should try to leave as soon as we arrive. And let's see, thinking it through, the trains no, the ship shouldn't be trying to leave. I'm going to use words like shouldn't here, but the ship shouldn't be trying to leave when the trains are moving because they'll have all kinds of wrong settings of stuff in them, to torture a phrase slightly. They'll be set to have yeah. If the ship is leaving, then it means the trains are in a certain state, which they won't be if the trains are trying to leave. So hopefully not. Hopefully shouldn't happen. Yes, that's exactly what I've got, Bagel. It's other Bagel. Um, I've got, for example, for taking off from the remote planet, I've got, or from taking off from Norvis, I've got, are you on Norvis, which is what this means. A is this current place, and 510 is the code for Norvis. Output's 1 tick. Here we've got train count. If there's 2 trains, output a tick. If there's 0 core fragments, output a tick as well. And then here we say if you're getting 3 ticks, then output the signals to take off. So that is effectively an and for all of the for empty, in this case empty or correct amount of cargo, correct location, and correct number of trains, then launch. So yeah, that's basically I sort of have an and condition in there as it is. So the trains are currently trying to go to core pickup. They won't do anything until there is a core pickup station available. I think. Oh no, the trains won't leave until they're told that they are not on Norvis and not in Norvis orbit. That's what this does. Oh right, there are 3 different ones, but these are all on different signals. So this one says if Norvis 2 trains and no core fragments. This one says if in space, in Norvis orbit and enough fuel, and this one says if on the remote planet and enough copper fragments and 2 trains. So they can never happen at the same time because the A signals they're watching out for are all different. This one's watching for 520, this one's watching for 511, this one's watching for 510. So you're guaranteed never to have more than one of these trigger at the same time because the A signals they're watching for are all different. So you'll only ever get one launch command happening on there. 21 seconds, nearly there. I should probably get off when the ship lands and put those guns out I was talking about earlier to make sure the rock falling from the sky and smashing up my spaceship thing doesn't happen again. Right, so we've landed. The trains pull out. One stops at the first signal. So this is. It must have happened at about. I don't know when that could have happened, actually, because there's no point when the middle wagons of both trains are in the out position, or across the door. Oh, maybe there are on Norvis. The signals might be in different positions. Yeah, okay. Norvis has a longer run down here, so yeah, it is possible they could have come out and been just coming out when the ship took off. That must be what happened. Hmm. Grumble, 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 grumble. Right. Ship's filling up nice and quickly though. Where should I put my defensive guns? Let's put them. I sort of don't want to put them on top of an ore patch. Not that I'm planning to use any of these ore patches, but it just feels wrong. So let's have a chest here. Let's have defense guns. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're an idiot. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then same on the other side. So there. 1, 2, 3, 4. The only belts I've got with me are space belts, but never mind. And then load the guns like that. And ammunition. Like that. Right, there we go. So we are now protected. They're all powered, that's nice. That's the good thing about these things. They have such a big power coverage area. I hadn't even thought about where I was putting the guns down. Yes, there should always be. Yeah, there should always be two. If there is no spaceship here, there should be 2 trains. If there's a spaceship here, there should be 4 trains, including the ones in the spaceship. Yes. Yeah, the trains will sort of nose out a little bit. You will nose out a little bit, stop here, and then once the first one gets round to here, the second one will pull out. Or if the system is running very, very slowly on this particular planet for whatever reason, then you'll end up with a train here still. You potentially could end up with a train here still loading, a train parked here because it hasn't managed to load either of them in the time you've been waiting for the spaceship, and then the 2 in the spaceship just nose out a little bit, stop here. Actually, no, one would come out to here, and the other one would stay just nosed out to here. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter where the trains wait as long as all of the triggers trigger at the right time. Which, well, who knows? But yeah, this one's now waiting until we produce enough core fragment this fills up, which it kind of almost has already. We're just waiting for little bits of more stone here. We might need a sec. That's interesting. So because I've filled all these up with productivity modules, we're producing all the core chunks much faster than the other planets are. At a... Where's the number? 30%, only 30% faster, actually. I think we probably built up a buffer while I was mumbling around and poking around and grumbling about it. Right, okay, so that's both those 2 things I've just put on the list. Gear off and ship lifting off too soon, and meteor defense are hopefully both done. Let's see if we can find that ship. Is it Musk? It is. So this is the yeah, this is the, where is it coming from? Gearoffen. Gearoffen Chunker. I don't really have a naming pattern, I just sort of make up names that seem like a good idea as I get there. Yeah, the Norvis Orbit idling ones, I think they're I did reckon they were waiting for fuel before, but I'm one thing at a time. I'm going to watch this ship when it lands. But then, yes, I shall go and have a look at those ships in Norvis Orbit. Right, so here go the trains. They have made it out safely. That one's going faster for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, because that one was trying to slow down already. Okay. Train goes in. Train goes in. Ship lifts off. Plip. And goes to presumably to refuel. And now we have a massive flood of copper coming out of here, which is the whole point of this system, so that's good. the train set schedule. So we've got here, the only bits where we're using circuitry is if you're on Norvis, then get off the spaceship to go to unload. And then down here, this one says if you are somewhere, and that somewhere isn't Norvis, and that somewhere isn't Norvis orbit, then get off and go to load up. So I think that's okay. It's been working okay. It's been working all right up until now, but then to be fair, so with the liftoff thing. Oh yes, thank you, Tristan. Thank you for answering that question. Yeah, most of this, nearly all of what you see is space exploration. Um, I'm using LTN as well to get a bit more control over my trains. Um, well, I'm using LTN a bit to get more control over my trains, and there are a few other mods I'm using here and there for random little stuff like long reach and that sort of thing. But basically, nearly everything you see that's different from basic Factorio is space exploration. And yes, it is fantastic. It's a great mod pack. It feels like it's sort of. I was saying this earlier too. I don't know if you were in chat at the time, but it feels like it's sort of a continuation of vanilla Factorio. So it goes from um, rather than just ending when you launch the rocket, there's more stuff to do afterwards. Because the early part of the game, Series One on my channel is more or less sort of just working through vanilla Factorio. Right, let's have a look at those spaceships in orbit because yes, those shouldn't be just sitting there, but they are. It's the refueling that's this problem, I think. Norvis orbit. Is there a ship in the fueling bay? There is. So there's a ship sitting here, pumping fuel in, and it's not leaving because it's not full, and that's causing problems. Yeah, I need to. We have plenty of fuel here. We have some fuel here. We have a pump going flat out here, but. Yeah, I need to put in another fueling bay. So I think what I'll do is I'll extend this one upwards to about here and put in another place where basically like it's essentially a copy of this area. So there's another spaceship parking area up here. I think that's probably going to be the best way to sort it. Yes. Because I don't want to put it. I could put it another one in up here, but then it's all relying on the same pipe coming up here, and I think this pipe here is the. Actually, it's not. It's this bit here that's the loading. It's loading up the actual spaceships. That's the problem. Maybe I should drop these numbers a little bit. So what we've got here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 600,000. That's going to 590. Let's set that to 550. It'll go immediately, and that's going to be plenty to take off from wherever it's going. Bang! Here's another spaceship. Again, got 6 things, 6 tanks. Yeah, let's set all these to 550,000, and they'll just take off a lot more quickly and easily. That might be enough to fix the fuel problem all by itself. Because now this fills, and this is filling up from all 3 tanks as well, all 3 pumps as well. So it's going to be a bit quicker. It'd be a bit more sensible if this tank was up here, so they all just flowed straight through. But as I say, it's sort of legacy issues at this point, and I don't really want to come along and pull that tank up because then I'll waste a load of fuel all over the floor. Or into space, or I don't know where it goes. How's that looking? Have we got... There's still a couple of ships here. What are you waiting for? You're supposed to be going to Myokin, but you haven't engaged. Right, okay. Most of the Volcano 2. Right, that was a ship I built recently. That's probably why that one's not happy. But I'll have a look around, see if I can find any others that are being silly in a minute. Naquifier, why are you being a muppet? Oh, there's base rail in the way. It's interesting. That's weird. So that lands down here. That lands in here. There are no space rails in the way. What's this number? 14. Is there another clamp 14 around that I'm not aware of? 11. 8. 9. 7. I don't want to go around trying to click on every single clamp in the world. That's a 14 as well. Why have I got a collision there? Why is that's my personal ship. Why is that a 14. That shouldn't be a 14. Let's make it 140 for now, just so that other ship will land. Redeemed space, vitamin, spaceship construction. All of these are fairly serious business. Yeah, I just accidentally reused a number there. Let's make that 17. And then fine, that's the donut, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So that's out here. I want you to now start landing at a 17. Not sure how I managed to get this wrong, but there we go. It's fixed now anyway, I think. But I'm going to write this down before I forget. Oh, wait. This is the bagel. Alright, okay. 17, bagel. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Badgy Bagel. Good, some nice bagel solidarity. Yes, I approve. I approve. Right, let's see. What was I about to do? No, not clear. No, so you're saying putting a pump in inside the ship. I think there probably isn't room for that because my ships tend to be a bit too cramped for any sort of shenaniganry like that. Although we seem to have used them all up and they're all in. Yeah, there probably isn't room. There are a few ships where I have done that. Yeah, like this one down here. Apparently I have. Oh yeah, because there wasn't room because I made the ship slightly too small to put another fuel tank in there. So I thought I might as well stick a pump in. But most of them, the pump is on the outside because space is cheaper on the outside. That seems to have cleared out. Has that cleared out the? Oh, there's still one there. Still fuely. Why are you being a muppet? Why are you not anchoring automatically? You're supposed to anchor automatically. There we go. So this is the... Right, so this is saying anchor here to number 2, which is correct. It's sending that to God knows where, everywhere. It's sending it, well, it's sending it to here at least, which is sending it... It's not sending it to there. Okay, so this is getting an input from... Now, is this supposed to be... Right, so when distance is -1, pass everything through. You're getting a distance of -1, so you're passing everything through. Okay, good. So you're passing the 2 clamp signals through. So that's going into to there, and up to... Why are you not landing? Oh, I know why. I know why. Fuely 2 has landed there. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tristan. That's really yes, really obvious in hindsight. Now I got there just as I read your message. So yes, as you say, 7 ships anchored. Fuely 1 is, or Fuely 2. The other Fuely is bound to be one of them. Let's just check. Yes. Okay. Good. So that ship's parked there. It's nearly pumped all the fuel out. These tanks are mostly full, so that's fine. I don't mind waiting for this to drop a little bit lower. How's it? What's it at? 10,000. All right. Let's make that 15,000 because I'm getting a bit fed up with the fluid mechanics in this game, and you also can be 15,000, so you leave a bit more readily. And just keep the flow flowing. Right. Okay. Good. So does all seem to be working, and it is 11:30, and I think that probably means bedtime. I feel like I've not really accomplished anything in my general progression of trying to get through all of the stuff in space exploration in this stream. But I have gone in and fixed a lot of problems, and I probably should have written them all down because I'm going to need to make a video about this, and I'll have forgotten most of them by the time I do. But still, it's yeah, I think that's gone well. I feel like I've done lots of... I've gone round and I've shaved lots and lots of yaks, put it that way. So yes, that's going quite well. Is everything done on here? Can I take off and fly back home again? I think I probably can, because we've got the power running here happily. This is not over full. That's okay. It's obviously fired a couple more out there when I wasn't before I got the thing up and running. But this is now happy and running. These are at a steady low level. That's good. This is all chugging through happily, getting lots and lots of copper and other good stuff through here, and these guns are presumably running. We've got 830 more rounds in there, so that's going to keep us going for a while. I think this outpost is pretty happy, and I could would be quite happy to copy this to another planet if when I decide I probably need an iron one. Oh no, I remember I've discovered there weren't any iron planets, were there? At least not that were in my solar system. I've got moons and planets, yes. So Kalidas, we've got Ujimwatsit on Myokin. We've got Vulcanite on Myokin. We've got Norvis is just miscellaneous. Acelia is oil. Does that mean if you... Oh yeah, you dig up oily chunks and you get a lot of oil out of them. So that's... Could consider going there if I decide I need more chunkage. Coal might be useful actually. I might do an expedition to Greenleaf at some point because I at some point I'm going to probably need more coal being brought in, and doing it this way is a nice way of doing it. Vitamin levels of copper and more oil. That's not a planet. I could get cryonite from there if it becomes a problem from frost, or from frost actually, where I've already got a place. Could get loads of stone if I wanted it from Mormo, and then Henkasesui of course will provide the holmium, and Kothar will provide as it already is, provide the iridium. So yeah, I can't get iron though, which is annoying. Kalidas Asteroid Belt 2 is very irony though, so if at the point when I start to struggle with it, I'll probably head out and just put up a mine there and ship it back from there. Won't be too difficult. But I can't core mine, which is a bit of a shame. Well, how big are these iron patches? Out of curiosity, 97 million. Wow, that might be the largest patch I've ever seen. Wow. Oh, a question. All right. How is the logic of a spaceship placed outside it? Well, the way you would do it if you weren't me, because I'm not doing that, is when you land a spaceship, it hooks up to a clamp like this, and you can pass a signal through a clamp. As I'm doing it somewhere. I can't remember where or why. But anyway, the clamp. You can pass a signal into a clamp by connecting it, I think, to the bottom corner of the clamp, and yeah, where those connectors are, and then coming out the bottom corner on the other side, or is it the top corner? Maybe it's... No, sorry, no, it's the top corner of the clamp. So you connect to there, and then connect to there on the other side, and you can pass a signal through that way. So you would have something on the outside that was monitoring the cargo in the spaceship in much the same way that I'm monitoring the cargo in the spaceship with these ones. But passing it out through there, so you then have all of these combinators for that particular place on the outside, and then when you want to trigger it, you send the launch signal back in through it in the same way. You have that linked up to the input side of the spaceship console, and that launch signal tells it to take off. So yeah, you can do them all outside. For most of these ships, that would be absolutely fine. So the fuelie only goes to one place. It goes back and forth between Norvis orbit and Acelia. This one, no, bad example. Are there any good examples? There are probably plenty that go between... There aren't any that go between Norvis orbit, and somewhere, except for these ones. The ones that are doing the core fragments wouldn't work with this system, because each spaceship goes to a different place. They all come to the same place on Norvis and Norvis orbit, and I had to put a fair amount of thought into how to get the train logic to work with that, which is why it's doing this sort of all of the negative stuff. So it's saying if I'm not in Norvis and I'm not in Norvis orbit and I am somewhere, then go, because you can't say if you are somewhere. A specific place, go. You have to say if you're somewhere that isn't deep space, and you're not, and that somewhere isn't Norvis orbit, and that somewhere isn't Norvis, then go. So yeah, for those ones it wouldn't work quite so well. You'd have to have or you could have the signal inside the spaceship for that bit inside the spaceship and do all the rest of the logic outside, I suppose. But generally, I just feel it's nice having all the logic inside the spaceship, even if it does make sometimes it's a bit cramped and a bit hard to read. And I've more or less got used to it, basically. Yeah, the belt patches are pretty crazy. I think that might be if and when I start to run out of iron completely, then I'll worry about it then. Yes, you're right, Tristan. I could have put the stuff on Norvis could be outside. The stuff on the remote planets could be outside. That's always just saying go to Norvis. Um, but the stuff in Norvis orbit would have to be done differently then, and that probably would be even more of a headache. And it's, to be honest, if you compare it to as proportion of the size of the ship, it's not taking up a huge amount. And these have loads and loads of integral hull stress available on them, so I could make them almost twice as big without running into problems. So I think it's probably fine. Um, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Okay, so yes, thank you for watching. This has been Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration, and Laurence beats his head against problems of trains getting cut in half, which is grotesque and horrific. So, yes, please come back for my next stream. On Thursday, I should be playing, what we playing now? Oh yes, Minecraft Dungeons, Dragons and Space Shuttles, which is a Minecraft mod pack that basically takes all of the mod packs in the world and combines them into one and sort of weaves them together in some weird way that is apparently giving people who are used to some of the individual packs a little bit of a headache. um, but in a way, it adds a lot of the sort of the industrial craft stuff to Minecraft and makes it a bit more like Factorio. So I'm quite looking forward to getting to the point where it is a bit more like Factorio. At the moment, it's just all a bit overwhelming, and I keep getting ganked by zombies that throw fireballs and stuff like that. But yeah, do come along and watch me get slaughtered mercilessly. There'll be a video on Friday for basically summarising this stream, showing off some of the stuff I've done, and explaining it in different words. So it's quite a nice way to sort of get caught up on any bits of the stream you've missed, and to just sort of to just to see what's been going on in a bit more detail. These ships are fueling up quite quickly now. That's nice. I like that. Oh, thanks, Rob. Thanks for the subscription. Much appreciated. Then what else? Oh yeah, Saturday I've got the second part of the Spice Rack DIY video that went up a couple of weeks ago. I'm trying to do a real life video every couple of weeks at the moment. So there's a two-parter for building a spice rack as a Christmas present. I'm quite pleased with my woodworking skills there. So yeah, do go along, have a look, and go ooh and stuff like that, whatever it is you do. And then on Sunday, of course, there'll be a GTA video. We've got a load of um, yeah, dear me, too much of that whiskey earlier this evening. On Sunday it'll be a GTA video. We're playing Manhunt. That's where a group of friends chasing me around. It's mostly the same people who are playing Minecraft with, actually, chasing me around the city, trying to horribly kill me, and I'm trying to stay away and get a load of checkpoints and stuff like that. Great fun. Can be very tense at times. I strongly recommend those videos. And then come back for next Tuesday for more space exploration. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Phew. Oh, and thank you for the sleep well messages for everyone as well. Good night, all.